Shall we get into it? Might as well. Probably better to play the game than sit here on the title screen, but what do I know? Yeah. So, the real question here is, what are we up to? What are we doing? What are we in the middle of? Caught up a little bit on the Clair Obscur 33 VOD. Yeah, I made a little bit of progress on that fight. I do feel like that's accurate. I made some progress, and it didn't feel like banging my head against it was going to make me any further progress. So I wanted to kind of move on and do other things, because there's still a bunch of other things to do in that game. But, I am still planning on going back to the Simon fight at some point. I don't know how much, like when, I don't know how much I'm gonna go get done before coming back to the Simon fight, but I definitely don't want to leave Simon unbeaten. There is no way. I want to do all the things in that game. That game is good. I am really enjoying it. Alright, so here we are in a warped perspective. I'm still missing a matchbox somehow. I think it was one of the ones on the ceiling here. This one. That one's gone. This one. This one is the one I am missing. So we're looking for the red version of this. Do I want to spend all stream time on it? Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Is it's like, do I want to spend all of my remaining stream time on that thing? Or, you know, or not. It's a bit of a struggle because there's definitely like non-Simon stuff to do before I go fight Renoir. But also like I am at a point where I could easily just go beat Renoir and then go back and do like other end gamey adjacent stuff. But I don't know what's like I just have to figure out what order I want to do stuff in. Is that it? No, that one's already solved. Is there another one on the other side that's like the same thing? No. Where is this cursed matchbox? You know, I guess this is probably the purpose of, the other thing they added to this game, the puzzle finder. The thing that shows you where unsolved puzzles are. But, well, we can come back to matchboxes in a bit, maybe? I mean, it is, like, there's still all the logic grids here. If y'all remember, we're doing some grid wrapping logic stuff here. There is some wild things still happening in this instance, in this enclave. What's up, Vera? How's it going? Alright, I suppose I might as well drink water. But yeah, this place is neat. This place is really cool for something that's added afterwards by a fan patch. I think they did a really good job with this. Alright, so what is... I know there was still like 2-star puzzles to approach. So let's find one of those. That's not it. That's a 3. That's a solved 2. That's a solved 2. Here we go. Drink water or else. Yeah, I know what the or else is. Alright, so vertical is not connected, but left and right is. So that means a light here is visible to this 9. Alright, cool. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 across. 10 across. And this 11 and 12. The 12 can't get all the way across, I don't think. Because then it would need 2 going up, and that's impossible. But it does need at least 2 going up. So it's going to have to go light, light here, which means this 4 is actually resolved. So that's cool. So we have 4 going this way, and then of these remaining 9, 8 of them are light, 1 of them are dark, and it could be any of them. Any of them could be the dark one. It could be this one, it could be this one, it could be this one, because it wraps around, so it sees them all. This needs at least this, but doesn't necessarily need this. So we're not there yet. Oh, don't make this pattern! Yo, that makes things a lot easier, actually. That's a great benefit. I like that. That's helpful. And connect all light cells? Boy, howdy. There's a lot of rules here. Vision wraps? Yep. Yep, because the right edge and the left edge is connected. So you see, you can actually see it. If I put my mouse here, you can see the orange border around the grid. If I move my mouse over, you see where the orange border is on the left side? And it follows the mouse. Like, I think that's really cool. So it's like, okay, well, this has to be dark. If I click here, it puts it there. Yeah, so it's just connected. It's just an infinite horizontal grid. It's very cool. It's a neat mechanic. Is it 10 by 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is 10 by 10. Okay, good. That's helpful. All right, so this is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, it can't connect to here, because if this connected, the 3 would be overexposed. So the most it can get up and down and then left is 6, so it needs at least that for 7. This 8 now is in a weird spot. It could still get all 8 horizontally. It doesn't necessarily need to go up. How do I feel about this 2? This could be the dark cell on this row. This is either dark, dark, or dark, dark. And I don't know how I feel about either of those. Oh, but one of these 2 is definitely dark, so this is definitely light. Same with this 2, like all the way around, because we can't make this pattern. Any given pair here, one of them is going to be dark. So all of the corners have to be light. How much does that help me? Some. That helps me some. This 4... I guess the only thing I have is if I go down, it's sealed off. That's everything. These 2 can't both be dark. They can both be light, but they can't both be dark. Can both of these be dark? If both of these are dark, this has to be light. Oh, if both of these are dark, this has to be light, and then this has to be dark, which means we have dark adjacent. So these can't both be dark, which means this can't connect here, because then both would have to be dark. So this has to be dark, which means actually this has to be the 11. Cool. Cool. Good progress. If this is dark, the 7 now has to go at least out to here because of the 5 vertically. This now can't be light here for the 3, otherwise it's overexposed. And now this 3 needs 1 more, so it's either light, which means dark, dark, or it's light, which means dark, dark, and in either case, this is light, by the same concept of the two. That's cool. That's cool. How's this 4 doing? Up for 3, or it can get all of its 4 going either left or right. This 8 is in a weird position. If both of these are light, the 8 is fully resolved. If either of these are dark, the 8 has a lot to do to the left and right. This 10 has this and is connected to the 8. We don't know how badly the 8 is going to need to connect to everything else. And there's still exactly one dark cell in this row, and everything else is light. Does connect all light cells get me anything? Have I learned anything about connect all light cells? Seven. The one problem I have with this mechanic is it disables the ability to see areas. Like, if you hold control, it doesn't know how to count the area of a grid anymore. Which is my one complaint about this. But otherwise, this is a really cool addition as far as fan-made content goes. Alright, what else are we doing here? These dark cells as they are means this 7 is now exactly limited. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which still doesn't tell me anything about what it needs to do vertically. I feel like the 9 is probably my next closest, but there's nothing interfering with it. I guess this 4. So the most it can get vertically is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If it doesn't touch the 4 on either side. Let's see. This 7 is actually pretty limited here too, right? Because it can't touch the 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the most it can get, so it has to go up or down at least 1. Which means it can't, so the most it can get horizontally is 5. It can't actually connect to here. But it still might be only this 3 and then getting the other 4 horizontal or vertically. We don't know. Oh, this 4 is not resolved, but it has 3. So here, that's an obvious one now. And that means that this 2 has to be like that, because otherwise it's overextended. And then this needs to be surrounded. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on this 10 now. So the most it can get horizontally is another 2, which means the most this 8 can get horizontally is another 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it has to go up at least 1. This 9 now is incredibly limited. And by incredibly, I mean here and here, right? That's its limits, because it can go to the side also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can get 5 going this direction, because it can't connect to the 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the best it can do. 6, 7, 8. Top and bottom are not wrapping, so it's just left and right. So 6, 7, 8, which means it has to go up at least 1. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It can go up, and it can go not down at all. That's actually completely legal. 4, dark here or there. Those are probably good places to put dark cells. I don't think I have anything concrete that tells me one way or another. Because a dark here does actually work. It means the 7 has to go up and then has to go right. But, like, that's fine. That's legal. Seems like it would be legal. Ooh, with this here, the 4 has to go left. Oh, this is cool. Because if the 4 goes up or down, it connects and makes 3. So if it goes right, it has 3. And then it can't go up because that would overextend it. But if it goes up, it has 3, and then it can't go right because that would overextend it. So it has to go here exactly, and then one of these two. Neat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That would overextend it. 4, 5, 6. This works because that gives it 7, 8 exactly. Or it could go 2 left. No, it can't go 2 left. Because it would connect here. So it has to do exactly this. Because if it goes 1 left, it can't take this anymore because that overextends it. This 4 now has its 4, so that's resolved. And the 7 now has to be exactly down and these 2 stopping here. Hot dog! The 9 stops a little bit further on, so we can actually give the 9 more cells upward, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, no, okay, that is fine. That's not actually any further limited. This 4 now can't go left, so it has to go right. Oh, now the 9 is restricted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Click. Yeah. And now the 2 can't go left or right. Can still go up or down. Unsure. How's this 10 doing? It can still grab these 2, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can still grab these 2, or it can grab these 2. But in either situation, this has to be dark. Can this go up 2? And then dark, dark? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 6, 7. No, that underserves the 8. So either the 10 goes left or right, and in either case, this is dark. Which means this 7 currently sees 4. 1, 2, 3. 1. If it's here, it's done. If it's here, it needs 2. Okay, so it's either going full right or full down. But we don't know which. We don't know which. One or the other. Let's see. Okay, does connect all light cells mean anything yet? Have we learned anything about connecting all light cells? Because we have to keep in mind they do connect left and right. So things can be fully sealed off from a normal perspective. Like, this could be dark here, right? Even though that would leave these 3 light cells kind of trapped. But they're not trapped because they can connect through here and come all the way around and connect that way. Only 1 dark cell in this upper row, and I still don't know where. I guess it would be here if the 10 finds its left and right. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the 10 needs exactly 2 more, and it's either 1 to the right for 2, or 1 to the left for 2, or both of these for 2. It can't mix and match. Because if it goes up 1, then going right or left would overextend it. And if it goes up for 2, then this 8 is sealed off and it doesn't work. So this has to be dark there. Which means that this 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is also going to fully resolve when this 10 is resolved. So that means the dark cell is here, which means the rest of this is light, which means this is resolved there, which means that's the dark, so this is the light, and now this 7. Well, that's light. Ah, this one can't be dark. Okay, this finally mattered. The very end of the puzzle, the last dark cell, connect all light cells, finally matters. It's gotta be here. We did it. Heck yeah. Good puzzle. Are there any more 2s? What do I think is left now? I saw a 3 and a 4 in a couple of places. Like, there's a 3. There's a 4. There's a 4. So that's 3 remaining puzzles out of the 5. There's a 4. That's 4 remaining puzzles out of the 5. And there's a 3. That's all 5. Okay. So all we have left is 3s and 4s. So let's pick the ground level 3 and get to work. There was one other time I could have placed a white base on that rule, but I ended up not needing to. That checks out, actually. That makes sense. I believe that. Oh, boy. All right. So we have viewpoint symbols, we have area symbols, we have darts, and we have area numbers. And the fascinating thing about darts, with left and right edges connected, is that darts care about the whole row. The entire row. So this whole row, there was exactly 6 dark cells. This, at least, we can do. Because this matters. This is normal. That means this has to be light. So that's great. This could still be dark. Right? This could be dark here. And then it would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dark. And then, because the 6 would have to be dark, that's also correct. This is really interesting here. Because that would actually work, right? 1, 2, 3, center, 1, 2, 3. This 8 is still not very limited. It can only get 3 going left. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, so it has to get this. That's cool. Which means this. And now the most it can get is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. Sure. Whatever you say, buddy. 5 more dark cells on this row. This... This here means this can't be dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it needs 1 more, either this one or this one. This is light. Which means it doesn't get to here. Not silk or salt or souls or dead cells. Dark cells, correct. I'm pretty sure dark cells is a salt-like, though. Make of that what you will. Can this be dark? If this is dark, what happens? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We already have 5 light cells. So if this is light, or if this is dark, the rest of this thing has to be dark, which would be illegal. So this has to be light. So there's exactly 3 more dark cells in this row somewhere. The 6 could still be dark. Because if this 6 were light... If this 6 were light... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... That's, oh, yeah, okay, the 6 has to be dark. Cool, good talk. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would work. This 8. This 2 and this 6 have to be different colors. But I don't know which colors they have to be. That is still up in the air. How was the rest of your Obra Dinn run yesterday, Senna? How far'd you get? %25 solved. Okay. Which is 15 fates resolved, yeah? If I am remembering the numbers correctly. Apparently a storm's a coming. Oh, did the old guy yell at you? I love that old guy. The guy who rows the boat for you. He's wonderful. I I recently replayed Obra Dinn kind of for funsies because I saw somebody was working on a randomizer for it in one of the Archipelago Discords. And I had forgotten about the old guy. I had forgotten about that character and like his voice acting. And playing through it again, I was once again, memorable is a word. Memorable is certainly a word. Once again reminded that like just the opening sequence of him asking you questions and you being like, shut up, basically, I thought was really funny. And then you get on the boat and he yells at you about your thing. Like there's a specific, not only the dialogue that he uses, but like the acting of it, the intonation of he's like, oh, the thing is too heavy. And then you come back down to the boat. He's like, the thing's too heavy. It just killed me. Absolutely killed me. I don't know why I thought it was that funny, but it was really funny. You like that the protag is female? Yeah, there's not a lot of indications of gender for the protag. They can kind of be whatever you want them to be. But yeah, the bare bones voice acting that we have for the protagonist can... I feel like that could push you in almost any direction, but yeah. What the hell am I doing here? If this is dark... If this is dark, it works for the 6, because then this is light, and then this is light. Which the protagonist in Return of the Obra Dinn. The game is brutal. It's there's a lot going on there for sure. The deaths are no joke. Silent Hill deaths are less intense. I hadn't thought about it that way. It does get away with some stuff because it's 1-bit. Like, just using the single color means that, you know, there's a certain amount of graphicness that can be not forgiven, but like abstracted a bit. Third day of severe thunderstorms, my sympathies. More about the ways people die. Oh, yeah. There are some very brutal ways people die in that game, for sure. What the hell am I doing? There's got to be a way into whatever's left. And I'm not seeing it. Maybe one of these is, like, restricted in a way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five more dark cells out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5 dark, 6 light. 2 dark cells here. I guess it could be the 2. But if it's not the 2, then it has to be surrounding the 2. Oh. So either it's the 2 here, or the 2 here, or I guess 2 and 1, and then maybe 2 here, or somewhere else, I guess. Now you understand why I kept referencing Obra Dinn in my playthrough of Root Trees? Oh, yeah. Obra Dinn, I think, is one of the first games that I played sort of in that genre, honestly. And if not the first one, then definitely one of the formative ones. I don't remember the order in which I played Obra Dinn versus Case of the Golden Idol. But, like, I really like that type of game. I really like that type of gameplay. And Obra Dinn was definitely a formative experience for me in terms of games that I played on stream. You see it? I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with it for sure. I think I can probably figure out some things in this row because I only have room for 2 more dark cells. But, like, I'm imagining a world where this 2 is dark and then goes down. And then the other dark cell can be almost anywhere. Actually, it can't just be here, can it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it can just be here. Curses. Yeah. No, I think I can. All right, we'll take it to paint. We'll take it to paint, and that'll determine it. We'll figure it out. All right, so here's the deal. Right? We can have a 2 like this. We can have a 2 like this. Or we can have a 2 like this. We could also have a 2 like this. Or like this. But that also restricts where dark has to go, right? So the real question is, can we have a 2 like this such that the last dark cell goes here? Because this is the only cell at this point that is unrestricted by this mess. Or this mess. Or whatever. Like, if this is light, we have our 2 dark cells either here. If this is light, we have our 2 dark cells here for sure, and then either here or here, depending on whether it's up or whether it's vertical or horizontal, right? If this is dark, then we have either dark here, or dark here, or dark here. And in this situation, the question is, where else can the dark cells go? Can it go here? Maybe, I think so. Because then we have to do that. This has to do this, which means this has to do... Ooh, it can't go down. The dark can't go down. Okay, if the dark can't go down because of this, that's cool. So if this is dark, the other dark cell has to be adjacent to it. If this is light, the other dark cell not only has to be adjacent to it, but then it has to be in one of these two spots. So the other cells, this one and this one, have to be light, which means this has to be dark. So this can still be light, or it can be dark, but the two darks are here. Cool. I thought there was going to be something there, and I couldn't quite picture it purely in my head. What do we do about this 8? If this 8 is dark, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It can't extend to the 5. Can it extend to the 5? Maybe it can extend to the 5. If this 8 is dark, it can extend to the 5, and then the 5 is light. The 5 is dark. Looking for 5 light cells. That actually seems legal. Watching a video the other day, and the greatest line from it was, "How does nobody else realize the 16-color computer images were the greatest of all time?" They put a lot of work into those, right? And I think that's really, really cool. Like, I appreciate pixel artists because of the effort that goes into that kind of art and choosing color and making, you know, artistic whatever work within the confines of you only have this many colors. Yeah, the black 6 had to go... Okay, that's true. The black 6 had to go down at least 1, because it couldn't go all the way to the left. Which meant that it hit the symmetry. Which meant that it had to go all the way down. Yep, that would also have worked. But that wouldn't have gotten me this cell. Checkerboards in chat. No checkerboards this time. I don't think we get to use the lemma. We don't know the right settings for it. And in fact, the symmetry, the connected edges make the checkerboard lemma not work. Which is interesting. Alright, the 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 either goes here or goes here. And I don't know. And I don't know. It's one or the other. What is this 6 looking for? Could be anything. What is this 5 looking for? Also could be anything. This 6 now is looking for 4 more dark cells across 9 cells. 4 dark, 5 light. This 5, 3 light, 2 dark. What if this was light? 5, 6, 7, 8. Who knows? Can this be dark, actually? Can this be dark? If this is dark, this is dark. And then any up it gets needs to be mirrored. Does that work? Taking it to paint again. So if this is dark, this has to be dark. And now it has access to 1, 2, maybe as much as 3, 4. So it requires 5, 6, 7, 8. Which would be 5, 6, 7, 8. That's required for this to work. Which seems like this isn't going to work. But I guess I don't know for sure. This is concerning. This now can't be light. So it would have to be dark. so it'd have to be dark. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it can't go up. So it has to go left. And then this would have to be light, which doesn't work. Yeah, this can't be dark. Great. Good talk. So now we have up as much as 5 here. 6, 7, 8 is required. So this has to be dark. This cannot be dark. This has to be light. So this is dark. 2, 3, 4. 2 more dark in this row. This means this, actually. That's a good thing to know. It was a long video? Yeah, sounds like a long video. Thousands of colors! Yeah, I remember that. Those were some days. The history of dating sims in video games. Interesting. It was lamenting the switch to realism/anime in that genre. Yeah, you mostly only see dating sims out of, like, the anime Eastern markets. And then any dating sims created in, like, by Western markets still appropriate, like, the anime art style. This 6 needs some stuff. Okay, which means here, 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 here. So here, that's all correct. Five is happy. That's good. If the 5's happy, I'm happy. Or date everything. Oh, that's true. Date everything actually doesn't. Date everything is maybe the one of very few dating games that I can think of that is not trying to be Tokimeki Memorial. Because Western markets don't have a romance genre. That's true. That's a fair point. Shufflepuck Cafe. I definitely remember Shufflepuck Cafe. I remember you could fight the bartender if you wanted. And I remember the dude who looked like Kilroy just, like, wiggling his mouse all over the place all the time. I remember Shufflepuck Cafe. Don't cite the deep lore to me. I was there when it was written. Oh, yeah, Dream Daddies. Okay. I think that's... Yeah. You only find romance if it's queer. Because queer romance isn't represented anywhere else. So Western romance-themed games are always queer romance because that's who's making those games. That makes a lot of sense, actually. You do find a lot of games where queer romance is centered by queer game creators in the Western markets. That is absolutely real. But it's only indie games. It's never anything mainstream. Well, insofar as indie games are sometimes mainstream, but... Dungeon dating game? Boyfriend Dungeon? That game was cool. That game was really neat. Dinosaur with double D's count as a romance game? A of all, I have no idea what you're talking about. B of all, no, it certainly does not. Alright, what's with this 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it could be light here. 6, 7, 8. Or it could be dark here. And then it has to go light, 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 dark. Which fits... Wait a minute. If this goes light, 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 then there's not enough dark cells in this row. Okay, so it has to do this. And this is overextended for light cells, so this has to be a dark cell. No, this has to be a light cell. Because if it was a dark cell, it'd be illegal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Dating sim is usually rolled into other genres. Yes. Yes. That as well. There was a delineation between romance for its own sake and hiding behind a comedy satire gimmick. Oh, I thought that was just a Monster Fucker game. Okay, maybe it can be a comedy satire thing. And I think that holds true for Potionomics as well. Like, the KFC one, sure. Yeah, I guess as far as Western game development goes, there aren't a lot of just earnest dating games in the way that dating games were popularized by Eastern game developers, right? Like, if you look at a game that is strictly a dating sim, that is, what, primarily, like, early 2000s through, like, mid-2010s from Japan specifically, and you basically don't see that kind of content anywhere else? Can't see the abbreviation, not expected to be entirely different sort of game, sure. Because of the 2Ds. Getting distracted talking about dating games. I don't know how to solve puzzles while dating games are happening. What's this? Can't be dark anymore, so this has to be light. That's cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This could still be dark. If this is dark, the rest of the row has to be dark. This has to be light. This 7 is still not resolved. This 5 needs 2 more dark cells. So this can't be one of them. I guess it can. It could be dark and dark. Favorite black and white game of all time? Beyond Dark Castle. I mean, actually Return of the Obra Dinn. But, if we're talking about games that came out when black and white games were actually a thing, probably Beyond Dark Castle. Unless Rogue counts? Like, when you say black and white, like, anything that is a DOS game that doesn't have tiles is, I guess, maybe black and white, right? Like, there's a bunch of DOS games that aren't graphical, you know? It's just, does Zork count? Just because it was on a monochrome monitor doesn't mean it wasn't color. Also true. Oh yeah, Gato Roboto was really good. Minute was really enjoyable. I guess Game Boy games, right, are single color, so that can count. All right, I'll grant you that one. Zork 0 was monochrome. Beyond Zork was not. I've literally never played a Zork game. I don't know that I've ever played any of these text adventure games. Like, I understand what they're about. A lot of the memes from them are a part of my DNA, but I've never actually played any of them, I don't think. Game Boy games are 2-bit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, alright. Oxid? I don't think I know what Oxid is. Master Key, sure. Yeah, aside from Obra Dinn, because Obra Dinn is just a fantastic game, I think if we're talking about games from the era in which black and white games were frequently made, I think I actually think it is Beyond Dark Castle. I played a lot of that game. Yo, Void Stranger was also 1-bit, yep. That was also, like, a very deliberate, very interesting design choice for that game. That's also a game I haven't played. I should play Void Stranger. I really should play Void Stranger, actually. A lot of games I should play. Warcraft 3 was really cool in black and white when your video card melted down. 1990 puzzle game. Restart all the oxygen generators on the player's home planet. Oh, this actually does sound vaguely familiar. The screenshot that it shows is definitely not black and white, and also has like a Chips Challenge kind of vibe to it. Three more dark cells in this row. Is there any way that it's not these two? If it's not these two, it is exactly these three. 1, 2, 3. Which seems fine? Oregon Trail. Oregon Trail definitely counts. I had a lot of fun with Oregon Trail back in the day. One of the classrooms in my, like, I don't know, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, whatever, had a couple of Apple IIes. And I remember painstakingly copying down basic code from some magazine or another in order to write essentially a game in one of the Apple IIes. Also, I played a lot of Oregon Trail on those machines. 2 dark cells here. Could be here and here. Or here and here. Understand uses 3 colors. Yep. Yeah, Understand is not a 1-bit game. This 2 cannot be too vertically, or it can't be too dark vertically. Does this need to be dark at all? Can this be light? If it's light, it can be vertical or horizontal. And then requires dark and dark or dark and dark. It can't be too vertically. So if it's dark, it requires 2 dark horizontally. And if it's light, it requires 2 dark horizontally. So this has to be light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of these 2 is dark. Only one of them, though. It's probably this one, but right now either of them seem like they would work. Loop Hero was fun. I ended up not playing that one on stream because I thought it was going to be too slow-paced. And I don't remember whether or not that held true. But I did like that game, what little bit of it I played. Wait, so is there also, like, a text adventure game called Adventure in addition to Adventure for the Atari? Loop Hero didn't hold you for very long. That's fair. It did end up feeling kind of grindy as you approach the end of it. The remake was Colossal Cave Adventure. Okay. All right. We need 2 dark here. It could be this and this, or it can be this and this. Okay, is vertical lights there the owl? This is the real question. Does this just solve the puzzle? And then this has to be dark and that has to be light. That feels like the puzzle's solved to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then this is fine. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Great. Perfect. Strictly the predecessor to Zork was Dungeon, which was inspired by Adventure. Eternhour TD. Suspicious. Tell me more. I'm not convinced that I want to play a tower defense game in 1-bit, actually. That does not, on the surface of it, sound like a good time. Alright, there's a 4 over there. There's a 4 over there. I think there's a 3 somewhere else. I know there's a 4 in the sky. Oh! There's that bastard! Above this too. Okay. Try that again. Where? There. That's the easy way up. That's been irritating me for quite some time. You just get different symbols like a classic desktop tower defense, sure. Yeah, it's probably fine, but like, I don't know, maybe I'm just spoiled. Alright, so I know where there's 3 4-stars, and I know there's another 3-star somewhere, and I don't remember where it was. Somewhere up in the sky. Oh, right up there. Nope. I don't think that was it, actually. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. All opposing edges are connected. Let's go. Don't make a T-shape with light cells. Don't... What is going on here? Connect all light cells. But no dark cells can be trapped. Oh boy. Oh, I've heard of how do you pronounce SNKRX? Is it Snake Rex? Snake Rakes? Sure. That's how you heard it first? Sure. Yeah, okay. So this is fascinating. I'm having a hard time envisioning how to make this work. The two of these combined mean that light is an illegal pattern. SNK prescription. Yeah, absolutely. Man, how do I even start this? All right, whatever this is, this one and this one have to be the same color. All right, I guess we do this. And we're gonna go with red and blue because I can't actually say black and white. But whatever this one is, this and this have to be the same color. Which means if this is light, this has to be dark, as does this. And if this is dark, I guess it doesn't mean anything. But these could be light. You just sneeze whenever you want to say the name of the game. Love it, love it. This now cannot be blue, because then these would have to be red. Which I think causes causes this pattern. So this has to be red also, which means these have to be red. And if these are all red like that, that means they have to be dark. They can't be light, because otherwise the light pattern is made. So these all have to be dark. All right, cool. We can work with this. All right, either both of these are light, or this is light. In every direction for this. Fortunately, every direction is the same. So either light, 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 or central, light, light. Yes, I am pointedly ignoring the Eiffel 65 reference. You got me. Monocle as a watch fob is very interesting. I chuckled. You got me. Is this legal if I go light, light? Then, like, this and this has to be dark? Let's see if that's legal, actually. Because if we go light here, then same on the other side, light here, and then same on these two sides, light and light, and then this has to be dark, and this has to be dark, and this has to be dark, and this has to be dark. Duskers has an awesome perspective trick. I've heard Duskers is a game that's been on my radar at least a little bit. Hey, what's up, Inkling? I don't know what the hell. Oh, combo started. I've never heard that noise before. Thank you for the bits, Inkling. You don't know what this... Well, it's working, so you're doing great. Yeah, it's I guess it's kind of like hype trains, where the goal is to encourage other people to join in on a combo in order to extend it out and like give you further incentives towards doing whatever the thing is. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. I've never interacted with the combo before. I just know the spiel that Twitch gave on their "What is a combo" FAQ page, and to be honest, I barely remember that. But now there's like a X3 dinosaur on the top of the screen, so that's cool. Down to left B is the only combo you need. Listen, a fireball is not a combo on its own, alright? A fireball is a finisher. Or maybe a linker, depending on your character. You made it rain dinos. Excellent. Okay, so the other thing is, I think it ties into, like, video overlay stuff that it does on top of the stream that I, as the streamer, don't get to see, because it doesn't show up in OBS. And obviously it's not going to show up on my computer, like, overlaying my game or anything like that. So, I think there's also, like, audio stuff that it does that it, like, won't tell me about. So it's just, like, it's purely for viewers, which is really interesting. That is a very SNK series of inputs, Cryptomancer. Which I think means that the button combination should be CD instead of B. Right, does this work? Is this legal? Am I allowed to do this? Without knowing anything else? Oh, it is. It's Dark Metamorphosis. Wait, no, it's Soulsteel. Is it Soulsteel or Dark Metamorphosis? I can never keep the two straight. I think you're right. I think it is Soulsteel. Which one was Dark Metamorphosis? Dark Metamorphosis was one of the ones that I always put in accidentally when I was going for other stuff. Because I never actually cared about it. Duskus is a game where you run old, kind of jank robots and their cameras are fuzzy and pixelated but randomly colored. Oh, yeah. You're, like, infiltrating derelict ships or whatever, using these, like, jank cleaning robots. I vaguely remember that. Okay. Yeah, it one of those games that is on my radar as a thing that I should probably try because it looked cool, but I never actually tried it. Like, if I do this, what happens? This now can't be light. Because if it's light, there's no way for it to get the color it needs. So this has to be dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. 4. 4. It could still go in any direction. There's no symmetry here. So you can just do whatever, as long as you don't do, you know, the thing. There's infinite symmetry? I mean, I guess so. Extremely frustrated, I guess. Alright, I think this has to be light here. If these are dark, these two have to be light. Because otherwise, I'm putting light here, and then it's 2 away in all directions. So I think this has to be light and light, which means this has to be dark and this has to be dark. And now this matches up there, so this has to be dark, light, light, which means dark and dark. Now this has to be light, which means exactly light, light, which means dark. Yeah, okay. Cool. Honestly, this whole puzzle makes more sense if I start treating it as symmetrical across the diagonal axis. How did I solve the icing problem? You're gonna have to help me out here. So these light cells have to connect in, which, like, if it goes light and light, that would make sense. Light and light and light and light. Light, light, this has to be dark, this has to be dark. Oh, illegal. Illegal. Because this can't be light. Yeah, this is illegal. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, that was a long chain of things I had to go through in order to figure out that I can't do this thing. So now for this, these two could both be light. Or these could be light. And then this and this would have to be dark. These two cannot be the first light in this row. So one of these two, at minimum, needs to be light. If these two are light, these could also be light, but they don't have to be light. And then these light cells actually need to connect to something else. Iron Man won the climactic final blow. I'm with Cryptomancer. How did we get here? where did this come from? How did we go from Symmetry to Iron Man? Because I don't see how we got here. Something that pops into your head. All right, well, cool. If this is what consumes you on a regular basis, then more power to you. I cannot say I have thought extensively about Iron Man's icing problem. I can... Cotton Eye Joe. Are you saying that if it hadn't been for the icing problem, you'd have been married a long time ago? I could believe that. That sounds like the plot of a movie. Man, I went through all that effort in paint just to get this. And now there's nowhere else to go. Where else are we going from here? Could this be light? Maybe. Yeah, could. Probably. It's such a weird solution to the final boss. It just lives rent-free in your mind. Sure. Okay. If it's here, then we have to go dark, dark. There's a lot of if this is going on in my head, so I guess let's go if. If it's here, then we have to have dark, dark here. This can be either dark or light. This can be either dark or light. This can still be either dark or light. This being light makes a lot of sense for me in terms of pattern matching, which means Like if this is, but if this is light, that actually restricts the rest of the board drastically, right? Like this has to be dark. This has to be dark. This has to be dark. Which means this is all trapped in, so this one of these two has to be light. Which means they're probably both light because symmetry. This can be either dark or light. This being light here means those two are dark. Yes, that's correct. These being light, I guess this could be light here and here. Could also be dark there. Either way. But I kind of feel like maybe it's just like this. What happens if this is light? Is that illegal? Like, is there anything preventing this from being the puzzle? That's 3. That's 3. That's 5. The light cells are all connected. I think this just works. Well, maybe I should try it, and then it'll tell me why it doesn't work. Oh, it does just work. Okay, great. Good talk. All right, let's take the upper puzzle first, I think. Where are you? There you are. All right, 3 4-stars remaining in this room. And then we'll have resolved this enclave in its entirety, which is fantastic. Light cells cannot touch other light cells at all. So these can't all be light because light cells can't touch other light cells. Light cells must be surrounded on all 8 sides by dark cells. Does that mean that this can't be a light cell? These can't be light cells, actually. The ones can't be light cells because they have to have dark on both sides of them. So the ones have to be dark. The 2s can be light, although this 2 can't. These 2s can. But also, why not just make them all dark? We could just make them all dark. What if they were just all dark? And then it's just a matter of finding where I can stick the 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1. It's believable. It's not like light cells don't need to be connected to anything. Dark cells don't need to connect to anything. It's just a light cell can't touch another light cell. Like, it could be like light, and then, I don't know, light up here or something. It's like the Queen's problem, but not at all. Yeah. Yeah. That, yes, that fits, Mark Mages. Okay, so like, if we just assume, for the sake of making assumptions, that we have dark and dark, right? So we have light and light here, which means we have dark all the way around them. And here and here. That means this has to have the light here. This has to have here and here. And the rest of this is very open. Now making an ass out of Umptions. Yeah, well, Umptions knows what he did. But it feels like this could just be anywhere, right? Like this could be light and light. And then we have light here, which means dark there. And light here, which means dark here. And this is light, which is legal. Yeah, you just draw the owl. I don't see the problem. Easy game. What else did I have? Oh, I screwed it up. I screwed it up. I understand. I understand what went wrong. Okay, so this is dark and dark and dark. So one of these two has to be light. Which means this... Does this just do light and light? Like that? And then one light and one light here doesn't work. So one light here means both of these have to be dark. One light here means both of these have to be dark. Now I have one light in this and one light in this, which means both of these have to be dark and this has to be dark. So this is our light. Dark, dark. Light, light. Doesn't work. This doesn't work. These can't both be light around here. This was our premise, for the record. And that premise is now illegal because it doesn't work. It doesn't extend correctly. Whoop. This is all still correct, though. Like, both of these could be light, or there is one light in these three and one light in these two, right? These two on the edge. Yeah, next time I draw the owl, I have to draw the owl right. That's always the problem. The arrows below the numbers are giving you blueprints trauma. Oh, that's what you get for feeling traumatized. You should have just enjoyed it. Roll with the punches, man. There's still so much more blueprints for me to do. My God. I've avoided it so hard so far. It is a lot of fun. There is a lot to do. Like, a lot to do. It's very cool. Alright, so... either these two are both light, or one of these two is light. Because this stuff is guaranteed, at least. We have to start with that. So starting from here, if this and this are light, what happens? Now this has to be light, which means dark here. Here, 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 here. Here as well. Yeah, this light means this dark. Pay attention, class. One of these two is light, which means both of these two are dark guaranteed. So, assuming this 2 is dark, which it probably is. It can't, yeah, it can't be light. This definitely needs to be dark. All of this needs to be dark. So that means dark here and here, and dark here. Right? One of these two, one of these two. This one is now pretty open, actually. It's a lot of freedom. This two, this one, is not a lot to work with. Let's see. If one was light here, that restricts this and this, so it has to be here and here. Otherwise, it restricts one of the two. Yeah, if that was light, then we have to go light, light, like that. Oh, which is illegal. Because light here and light here prevents this one from existing. So this has to be dark. Which means this is dark and this is dark. Which means one of this pair and one of this pair. Dark, 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 dark. Illegal. So one of these two is light. Which means dark here and here and here and there. One of these two and then one of these three. And I don't know which one of those three. But yeah, this needs to be, all this needs to be dark. That is definitely required. Okay, so given these restrictions, what then? This can't be light, because that would restrict all of this. Which, same here, that can't be light. Either this one or one of these two. If this one, dark, dark, dark here, this two then has to be here and here. Taking that to paint. That's too much to keep track of in my head. This is my light. We have dark, 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 dark. Which means this has to be light as one of the twos. Dark, dark. And one of these two is light, which means dark and dark. So one of these two is light, which means dark and dark. And this two is exactly here and here. So one of these two, which means dark and dark. The two here is now one of these two, dark, dark, and one of these two, dark, dark, which means light here. So dark, dark, which means light, and light, which means dark, and dark. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. So one of these two is light, which means dark, dark, dark. You've earwormed yourself with a song that none of us will know. Is it Whistling in the Dark? Because that is a song that I know. I guess I could just believe you when you say that none of us will know it. Hail Brooklyn from the musical Saturday Night. Oh, you got me. I don't know that one. This two is now particularly restricted here and then here. That's all gotten. That's great. I'd apologize, Mark Mages, but I'm not actually sorry. I regret your suffering. I do not regret my actions. Alright, where do we go from here? If this is light, is that too restrictive? If this is light, dark around here, the two now has to be here and here. Is that a problem? I'm never sure with these twos. A fair point, Schmike. If you're enjoying my suffering, the reverse is allowed to be true. A fair point. All right, testing the next individual theory. Let's go. If this is light, why? Then this is blocked. So all we have left is 3 spots for the 2, which means it has to be like that. That means one of these 2 is light, so this has to be dark. And this 2 is now restricted to exactly this. I think I might have done it. Might have done this one. Avenue Q's made it much easier for you to spell Schadenfreude. That's fair. That is a helpful resource. Yeah, I think this works, right? This one is safe. These are both covered. Yeah, I think this works. Yeah, nice. Oh. When it says solve all 12 matchboxes, each of those ones is a pair. There's another matchbox out here? I don't think I've seen either side of whatever remaining matchbox is remaining. Heck. Alright, I guess before we dig into, one of the remaining logic grids, let's take a little hunt out here to see if I can spot an unmatched matchbox. What's up, Brennery? How you doing? I don't think there's going to be anything on the outside. But that's the kind of thing I've been wrong about before. But, like, there's not a lot of artistry when it comes to the outside of this area. There's not a lot going on out here. I wonder if that is a deliberate choice or just a, like, this is the limits of what we were willing to think about. Someone who didn't play Dragon Warrior as a child. God, Dragon Warrior had a whole lot of going outside the borders of things in order to access areas. That game drove home that lesson particularly hard. You very much need to... Ah, there's still this one. There's still this idiot. I don't know that I have seen the green one for this idiot. I think I still have not seen the green one for this idiot. Ah, there it is. Never mind. Everything's cool. We got to figure it out. Never leave your house until you're level 25 plus. True. God, Dragon Warrior. What a trauma-inducing... The speedrun beats Dragon Warrior at level 18? The speedrun deliberately counts frames for the purposes of manipulating RNG. Man, if I could count frames to manipulate RNG in my daily life, things would be different. The Manip speedrun wins at level 7? I didn't realize. I really didn't realize. Alright, this is absurd. I love the concept. I love what they're doing. This should have been flipped. This should have been vertical, and then top and bottom edges are connected instead of going left and right. Because this is just too tiny. This is just way too small. Just extremely limited screen real estate for what they're trying to do. Exactly one symbol per light area is hilarious. Don't make this pattern is definitely something. That's not true. I mean, it's maybe true, but it's not necessarily true. Manip's asleep on the Dragon Lord who doesn't wake up ever. Damn. Okay, that's actually really cool. That is more than I was expecting. I was just expecting, like, crits and stuff. These can't touch. Nothing can touch. 0 things are allowed to touch. Exactly 1 symbol. You know what exactly 1 means? Not 2 and not 0. That has to come out. All dark cells are connected is a hell of a choice for this puzzle as well. One of your least favorite kinds of speedruns are optimal play of predetermined inputs. So you like roguelikes? Or like, you know, Slay the Spire speedruns or whatever? Just stuff where it's less about we have a map of the things you're supposed to do and more about just be very good at the game. That needs to extend. That does need to extend this way. And now we're at a left or right, so that means that. This needs to extend because things need to connect. The no manip speedruns are much more like that, except for Dragon Warrior 1, they're approximately 117% grinding. Yep, Metal Slime, right? You go get like a fire sword and then you grind on metal slimes for however long you grind on metal slimes. Do I actually remember anything about... Really? No metal slime grinding at all? Dang. This needs to not connect. So this needs to extend. This needs to come out. You're thinking of Fire Emblem because it's not how fast or slow or well, it's a certain set of inputs that set the seeds. Yeah. RNG manipulation. When RNG is tied exactly to your inputs and nothing else, then as long as you are frame perfect, you can manipulate exactly what's going on. The one fixed black square right here. You get Erdrick's armor for that random tile. Isn't it like under a tree specifically, like one tree surrounded by swamp or something, Like, I kind of remember it's... Oh, no. No. It's in the swamp, isn't it? There's a separate thing that's not that thing. That's the thing that I'm thinking of. And the thing that you're thinking of is just a random swamp square in the middle of the swamp. Or maybe I'm thinking of that thing and that's a different thing. I don't know, man. Dragon Warrior 1 definitely caused a lot of trauma for a lot of people. I don't know that I played enough of it to really experience all of that drama. But also, I probably had the Nintendo Power walkthrough, like, literally in hand for the majority of my experience of that game. Erdrick's Token? I'm probably thinking of Erdrick's Token. Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay, Rural. I understand. Yeah, that sounds even less interesting. Although, if you watch it purely from the perspective of, like, what the game does as a result of those inputs, it's probably pretty neat. Quaylen positioning system. Sure. Alright, what else are we doing here? This... What is this connected to? It can't connect to this 4. I guess it could connect to this 4, right? The 4 could go 1, 2, 3, and then out, and then back in and connect to it that way. Because it's not an area, it's just a viewpoint. Is there anywhere I need to go to not make a square? One of these two needs to be light and then needs to connect to something. Makes you want to task it? Yeah, for sure. That seems like a game that is better suited to a task than human speedruns. Because then it's just how exactly can you approach the task, as opposed to some things like being harder or easier tricks or whatever. This could be a part of the 7, or it could be a part of the 8, but it can't be a part of both. So the 8 can't get past this square. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is going to be required for this 8. Yes, exactly 1 means not 0. Now, these might or might not be light. One of these two at least needs to be light, but one of these two can be dark. This 7 now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at minimum, which means those can't connect, and this needs to come up. They ran it at a GDQ, and there were slowdowns for counting how many movements for the next movement, because sometimes, like, in 54 steps, it'll crit. Oh, like, you just have to go through move the arrow up and down or left and right in the menu a bunch of times in order to make sure that the next thing you do is a crit. That happens in a bunch of tasks, actually. I remember watching a Dragon Warrior task and seeing that same thing. It's really funny that the RTA version of that run is just the task but slowed down. Can't do anything else here. There's a lot of places to look on this puzzle. Left and right edges are connected. Like, this is... Like, okay, but what does that do here? There's so much puzzle in this puzzle. Area 1 and Viewpoint 1 as if they were different. True. It's so it can keep the different parts of the puzzle segregated. You prefer it when the tasks and the human routes are different. That's fair. That's completely fair. Yeah, the task being able to do like some really weird stuff that is not RTA viable is I think very cool. And also I love that in Mario 64 there are certain strats that are called task strats because when they were first discovered it was assumed that no human could do them, and then humans started doing them in RTA. Man, Mario 64 speedruns are just an entirely different beast. Where are we going from here? What is our next step? Do something in here with like all of this stuff. They can't connect to each other. But the way in which they don't connect to each other isn't obvious. Ground mount cancel 30 times per second off of the pendulum, adjusting for lag frames. Yeah, that's bonkers. And sounds real. One of these two has to be light and needs to connect to something else. And I feel like the connect to something else is weird because of viewpoints. They can just be a lot of area, so it could just connect to anything. Tough. Like this, you might think, oh, it has to be part of the 9, but like it could be part of the 6 or the 4 or anything here, right? It's just like this. If the 6 is like, you know, oh, the 6 is actually more restricted than I thought because it can't go up to here. The most it can get here is vertically. It can get 3. And then it can get another 4 to the left. So no, I can't actually determine anything there, but that is a thought for others of these, like this 5, right? Here it is. It can only go 1 left. It can only go 1 right. It can only go 1 down, so it needs to go 1 up, which means these two cannot connect. So that's a little bit more progress. An extremely slight amount of more progress. Little bits here and there. Quality advice. Cheers. Gotta keep drinking, otherwise I'll pass out and die. I love that there was a study about like chess tournaments where they weighed the competitors, and chess, like high level chess players lost like 3 to 4 pounds over the course of a tournament entirely because thinking that hard burns off water. I thought that was super cool. Just all water weight from sitting there and thinking. It is a way in which humans are just like AI. All right, what about this 4? You think they dropped the weighted chess pieces hidden up their sleeves? Like, hey, how do you have 3 horses? Don't worry about it. Okay, there's definitely stuff I can do over here, though. Like this 4. Cannot go to here. Cannot go to here. Cannot go to here. 1, 2, 3 has to go at least out to here. Don't connect. This 6 also is now restricted in ways, right? Like, The most it can get going left is 1. So it's got to go at least here for 2. The 7 also can't go here, or here, or here. 1, 2, 3. So it has to go at least here. That's not necessary. No, that is necessarily true. But this doesn't need to go out to here necessarily, because this isn't necessarily sealed off. There we go. No, obviously, if you have a hidden piece, it needs to be weighted, so that you can tell it from the non-hidden pieces. That way, when you're cleaning up, you remember which ones to pick up and take with you, as opposed to the ones that go back in the back on the table. This 5 also does the same thing. Like if it goes right, can't go up, can't go right, can't go down. So 1, so it needs to go left for 1. Ah, which does that, which is great. Now this 7 needs to go left 1. Yeah, that's how this works. 1, 2, 3, 4. The next one has to be here. 5. How about this 5 now? That's why you watch Jim the Eternal streams, for weight loss. That's right. I'm here to help. Absolutely treat me as your fitness coach. Oh, one of the jobs I am least suited to. 1, 2, 3. So this has to be 4, which means that. This now, which means that, actually. This now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This 7 doesn't necessarily need to go any further out. That needs to happen, though. This or back to Baba? God, Baba's so good. There's more Baba Is You content, too. I should go back and, like... I know they added the... I think Campuli added, like, a DLC campaign to Baba Is You. And I know there's some really, really good fan content for Baba Is You. And I just haven't bothered to check it out and see how it works. It seems like there would be some really good stuff, though. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this doesn't necessarily need to go out any further. This does, but it's not restricted in the same way. Likewise, this 6. Because this 4 doesn't need to go anywhere either. Was doing so well, and now we're stalled. Baba is fit. I love the idea of fit, and then you, like, push it into position, Baba is fit, and the little soft Baba sprite just gets swole. Sounds great. Does this... Can I... Have I learned anything yet? One of these two has to be light. One of these two has to be light. And needs to connect to something. We still don't know what it needs to connect to. Baba is unfit? No, it would be not fit, wouldn't it? Yeah. But yeah. Lets you go through half blocks because now you can fit. Baba is squish. Baba's already squish. Baba looks like you could, you know, stretch him out or like compact him. How much of Baba's shape do you think is just fluff? Be real with me. The core that is actually Baba is tiny. The rest is just fluff. It's like how cats are liquids. I bet Baba is also a liquid. It's just meat. Why would you use that word here? Tiny fluffy dog that walks to the bars of their enclosure. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. That is my impression of Baba. One of these two needs to be light. Can it get to the... I guess the 9 can come down for it, but also the 6 can come out for it. Man, the viewpoint numbers here really mess me up. Because the rules for how the viewpoint numbers work means that the exactly one symbol per light area is not as restrictive as I want it to be. Oh, is this 4 restricted now? It can go up 1. It can go down 2. No. The 4 is still not sufficiently restricted. It can go left 2 and up 1. That's fine. Ugh. The 5 can go right 2, can go down 1, and then has left and up as freedom. Goal? Why are you using the footy version of of Badger Badger? Oh, because Baba is goal. Sure, yeah, Baba could be goal. Wait, is Baba goal or jail? Why is Baba male and Kiki female? I don't think that's true, actually. I think I actually read Kiki as male and me as female. But I also don't remember if I ever assigned genders to any of those characters during my playthrough. Why is it with E's and not I's? You'd have to ask Hempuli that question. I think he was deliberately trying to not make it explicitly Kiki. In the game, it's E's. But it is, I think, a reference to, like, Boba and Kiki as, like, concepts for soft and sharp. And then, you know, change. So it's not I's, it's E's. It's not Boba, it's Baba. There's gotta be more to do here. Oh, maybe there doesn't gotta be more to do here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the 9. 5 on the 7, but room for 2 more. 8 on the 9 means 1, 2, or 3, which is not necessarily restrictive enough. You maintain that Kiki should be pronounced how it's spelled. I think when I was playing it, I pronounced it KK. Actually, I think when I was playing, I was intentionally pronouncing it KK, and sometimes I slipped. I know I intentionally pronounced the third character as May, because I didn't want to confuse May and me. Does this 9 go somewhere? I don't know if this 9 goes anywhere. 3 doesn't give me anything. I guess if the 3 goes down, the 4 is more restricted. And needs to go here and here. Is that legal? Who knows? Keek. Yeah, great. A delicious chocolate cake, eh? Yeah, great. Oh, don't go start playing with emphasis, Rural. There are rules. I'm not treating Baba as if it's coming from a different language. Regardless of how you want to pronounce E's and I's. The plosive is on the second syllable. Yeah. You just gotta put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. I understand. It does sound good. Even if you don't know what the words mean, it still sounds good. Plosive I don't think is right. That's like the P sound, right? P. That's a plosive. Alright, what am I missing? I don't think squares affect anything I can do right now. I don't think connect all dark cells gives me a thing that I have to do. I don't think exactly one symbol per light area gives me anything that I need to do. So, what direction are we going from here? What is my next step? Maybe the 6? Does it have to go somewhere? Can't go here. That's not particularly connected. The 8 also has like a lot of room to play. I feel like I should probably be able to do things with these idiots. But I can't. Oh, no. With the 9 this far out, there's limits on what the 6 can do. Right? Because it can go up 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I guess it can go 3 to the right still. Damn it. Still no restrictions. Or still not enough restrictions to actually lay down another tile. What about the 5? It's not a big enough number. Go 2 that way, 1 this way, and then it needs to go up one of these two at least one. But like... So the 6, yeah. So the 6 can go down 1 and up 1 for 3 total in vertical. And then it can go as far right as 1, 2, 3. Which does work, because then the 9 takes this as its 9th. And then the 7 has to go internally for the other 2, for the 2 it's missing. And it probably plays out fine for everything else. I don't know, I haven't actually drawn it out. But on the surface of it, this does work. As near as I can tell. I mean, I guess I could take it to paint, and we can try it out. Handily in paint, I can kind of zoom in. I actually can't zoom in a way that's helpful. Wow. The zoom is like so specific in terms of the levels of zoom that I actually can't do it in a way that's helpful. Too bad. Oh! My brush is too big! So if we go here and here, then we go dark here, 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 right? This is how this would play out. It would be dark there, there. This would be light. This would be dark. 7 goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So dark, dark. This 5 then has to go here. The 3 then has to go at least to here. The 4, we have nothing that I can do about that, or the 6. This needs to come out to here, because this is otherwise trapped in this corner. Now the 4 needs to go somewhere, but it's still pretty open in terms of where it can go. This 4 needs to go at least out to there, and at least down to here. This 5 now can't go down at all. Can go right once. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this 5 is now illegal. If this is dark, and the 6 goes out to either of these places, then the 5 is stuck. Enclosed dark? Where? Oh, here. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Way earlier on than as far out as I extended it. Okay. So if this is dark, right? This is the criteria here. Between 7 and 9? Is it? Yeah, it is. This is also fully sealed here. All right. So just starting off, the criteria here is if this is dark, then the 6 needs to go exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? This now has to be dark because that's the edge of the 6. And this has to be dark so that the 6 and the 9 don't touch. But this can't be dark because the 6 is enclosing it. So yeah, good call. So that means that this has to be light. We did it! One thing! Oh boy. Things you can't remember. Whether you paid your bills this month on time, date and time of important medical appointments, whether you took your pills this morning. Things you can remember. The entirety of rejected.avi. Yes. Yes. Word for word. I agree. The kinds of things our brains decide are important. Worth remembering. Yes, this thing goes into long-term storage. The other enclosed dark gives us something, I suppose. I mean, it means that if this is light, this is actually not necessarily... Oh, we'll try it, though. We can take this one to paint and give it a shot. Because if this is light here, right, that's my 9. So, dark, dark, dark. The 7 now needs to reach in, because these two can't touch, which it does, and that encloses it. Yeah, okay, good call. So this has to be dark here, which means the 9 either goes up or left, which means that's dark. Perfect. So that is progress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. This dark actually is basically the same logic for the 6. Like, this is how it's a similar restriction to get us this 1 light, but it still only gets us the 1 light. Off to watch Severance. Severance has been really good. I'm very much awaiting season 3 of Severance. It is kind of a wacky show. There's some things that I'm kind of being careful not to think about too hard, because I think it does require a certain amount of suspension of disbelief, or not digging into motives and logic of why things happen the way they do. But there's not too much of that, and mostly it is internally consistent, which is and it's been really good for that purpose. When in knowing literally nothing last weekend, yeah, that's how I watched it. Was like I'd never heard of the show before, and then started watching it with a partner, and it was good. It was real good. It was a great watch for as much as exists. I am expecting good things of the upcoming season 3. I don't know when it comes out, but I'm expecting good things. Man, this one is a struggle. Where do we go from here? All right, yeah. Have a good night, Mark Mages. Thanks for dropping by. Like the 5 can go up 2, down 1, right 2, and then left a lot. So there's no one path that I'm like, oh, it has to go at least this much in this direction. Because it could just go fully left, or it could go down, right, and up. Anything is possible. Does it need to go out, this 7? Can these both be sealed off? Can this be light and light? If these are both light, these are both dark. The dark comes up. What does that mean for us? The 5 needs to then come up to here. Oh, if the 5 comes up to here, this needs to come out. Okay, this is actually enough to take it to pain. Let's determine some things. If the 7 takes both of the internal lights, then this has to be dark and this has to be dark, which means the 5 comes up to here, dark, which means this is sealed off and needs to come out this way. This needs to come up also. The 4 needs 2 more, and I don't know where it's getting it. But there's a decent amount of room to maneuver here. That means dark here, which it seems like is okay. This then has to come out this way. That's pretty open. This, if this is light, needs to come out this way, which means this 3 has to go light, light exactly. So that's dark. Now these can't touch. This needs to come out even further, so to there. This seems like it's working. Like, I haven't seen a reason why it wouldn't work yet. None of this is sealed off in a way that makes it not able to work. One of these 2 now needs to be light because of squares. I haven't made a square by accident, have I? Yeah, the square rule still hasn't applied itself in a way that feels useful. Two goes in some direction. We still don't know which. And there's no rule about where the dark has to go after that. It's not coming together. It seems fine, but it's not coming together. Alright, new question then. If the 7 comes out this way at all, is that a problem? Now the 4 is more restricted. It can only go down 1. and up 1. So needs to go out to the right. Okay, so it sounds like the 4 needs to go out to the left, not right. Like, if this were dark, then the 4 has to go exactly 1, 2, 3, like that. Dark. Dark means light and dark. Dark means light and light. Dark and dark and light and dark. And light and light? That's super. No. That's not an area. The 3 is now boned. Yeah, the 3 is now boned by this, because the 5 needs to come up. Okay, yeah, so the 4 needs to go out at least once. Yeah! Progress. Actually, that is progress. No, it's not. I wanted it to be progress, but it's not quite. The 5 is a little bit more restricted in terms of going out to the right, but not by a lot, right? Still 1 down, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's no requirement that it goes out to the left still. Close one. Not quite there. All right, maybe it's break time? Maybe I take a break and go get more caffeine because I'm starting to feel like tired fog. That doesn't seem like it'll be helpful. All right, yeah, I think I'll take a break here. Look at this puzzle. This thing is a mess. All right, so where do we go from here? What is the next set of steps? I feel like this is still sort of the most... The point in the puzzle where the most pressure is being exerted. Like, if the 4 goes up here, then this is dark. And then the 3 has to go up and down, but it can't go down because the 4's gone up here. The 4 can't go up here, actually. So that means the 4 has to go to here. Because the most it can get this way is 3. So yeah, it has to come back down to here. Okay. Alright. This is progress. This is progress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The most of a 7 can get going this way is 6. So it does need to take at least one of these 2 interiors. Which means this is necessarily dark. Progress. One cell at a time. One cell at a time, this puzzle will fall. Okay, so break helped, but I think the real key here is I just needed something cold to drink. It's really warm in my room. I think the heat was getting to me. So yeah, fresh, cool water and a cold, caffeinated beverage. Helpful. So now that I've done this, what is the next step? Can the 4 go fully left? If the 4 goes fully left, the 5 can no longer go up or right at all. Don't dehydrate. Good advice. Generally good advice. Taking this to paint. If the 4 goes fully left here, now we have dark there and here because of the 4. But also the 5 can't go right and can only go down 1. So we have 2, 3, 4, 5 at minimum. And then these have to be dark here. Now this 6 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Needs to go out to here. So this is dark. And now what? This has to be dark here, because it can't go out that side. Can go down currently. How is the 6 doing, actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yes. So the 6 can fully resolve itself without going right at all. The question is, will it? A good question. Good question to be sure. There's a little bit of like, how far is this light going to extend? Is it gonna fully cut off the dark cells here from connecting to the upper half of the puzzle? Because that is a concern. We have 3 on the 6, so it could go left, left, right. It could go right, right, left. It could go down, right, right, or down, left, left. So down's not required, but you can use down to make both right and left not required. Dang it. A big dang it energy. Okay, so conversely, what if the 4 goes down? Wait, we know the 4 can't go up, right? Yeah, so this just has to be dark. This just has to be dark. That's helpful. Let's remember that. So, if the 4 goes down, then this is dark. This is dark. This is dark here. The 7 now has to take both of these interiors. This is dark. The 5 has to go up here. This is dark. The 3 has to go out at least that much. Now what? This needs to come up because the dark can't be trapped. Is there trapped dark? This dark here needs to come out to here and connect to the greater dark. This dark needs to connect. This dark here needs to come out and connect. We don't know yet what that connection looks like, but it does need to come out. This dark now, blocked off on the left, needs to come out to here. So the 8 needs to go out to here, so this dark needs to come out to here. This dark has multiple avenues, so it doesn't necessarily need to come out one of these two. Or, it does need to come out one of these two, but there's no telling which. So, that doesn't go any further. And this chain of light fully seals off the left half from the right half. So at some point, if this is how it goes, the dark needs to connect across the left-right edge. Because this is still legal as long as the dark connects across the left-right edge. So I don't see any problem with this inherently, and also I don't see any more surety on this particular hypothetical branch. So I'm not sure that we can determine it based on the information we have. Oh, I lied. The 3 needs to extend. The 3 needs to go to here now. That needs to come out to here. Gotta keep them separated. The 9 actually needs to go to here, I guess? Which means what? Means nothing, is what that means. Stone nothing. Once again, in this particular situation, which is like, seems legal, Doesn't seem like I can make any other projections from here. Yep. So all in all, either of those, neither of those hypotheticals led me to a contradiction, which is what I was hoping would happen. So what is the next step? Where are we? There's a lot of play with this like 5 going up to here. What if the 5 goes right? What if the 5 just goes there, right? We have dark here, dark here, dark here. Now the 7 needs to go right. This is dark. This connects here. This connects here. The 3 is still safe. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah, okay, that is correct. This is now sealed off, so this goes out like that. But that doesn't do a whole lot here. This is connected to multiple avenues of escape, as is this. I guess this also isn't sufficiently restrictive as to say that I need to not do it. Maybe I can do something with the 5 and the 6? Here? Like, if the 5 goes down to here, it can't go any further. So this has to be sealed off. This has to be sealed off. The 6 now has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 5 now can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't have to go left at all. This seems fine. And there's also, like, not anything I can do to... Oh, no. That traps this dark cell here. If the 6 goes down and left fully. Yeah, if this goes down here, means this. Now the 6 has to go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This dark cell can't get anywhere. Okay. So the 5 can't go down. Which means this has to be dark here. Which means the 5 is going, at most, 1 to the right. 2, 3, 4. So this has to be there. Which means that. Cool. So if the 6 can't go up, what does that mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has to go out at least 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But the 6 going down and left doesn't work. So if the 6 goes all the way out to the left, it can't go down, it has to go right. If the 6 goes down, it can't go all the way out to the left. It has to stop here. So it has to go right. So it has to go right. So now that 6 is 4. That 6 can see 4. And now, if it seals off here, if these are both light, this dark cell can come all the way out along the bottom and connect here. How you doing, buddy? Right, 1, 2. So now that I have this locked in, does that change the math on whether or not the 4 can go left or down? Maybe. I mean, not in an obvious way, but maybe if I take it to paint and try out some hypotheticals, I will find answers to my questions. Right, so now, if this goes out to the left, like that, that has to go dark and dark, which means the 5 goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which requires dark here, and dark here, and dark here. Finally got there. That is a complete 5. This is dark for this 4. What else does this mean? Does this mean anything else? This dark here, not exactly trapped, can extend either direction. Yeah. This seems fine. This seems unrestrictive. I mean, it does send the 5 out to the right, but what about this? Now that means this and this, which means this for the 9, and it means this for the 7. Now this needs to come out to here. This needs to come up. This needs to come out. And this needs to come out. That needs to not touch. I feel like I end up in this situation a lot, and it's not like a problem, but it doesn't take me anywhere. We get to do this thing again. This cascade. This particular hypothetical branch doesn't seem to cause any problems or connect to anything. Next, either way. This has the same chain of light cells that fully seal off left from right here. But there's multiple avenues of escape for each of these dark cell chains. So it doesn't let me extend this any further out to the right than it's already extended. Can go 1 to the right, can go 2 up. but that is enough for the 5. Yeah, not quite there. This 2 is either dark, dark, or dark, dark. Neither of which prevents anything from doing the thing. In this situation, do I have like a dark square that I need to prevent? Still no, right? Nothing is trying to form a 2x2 without my consent. Like, I guess one of these two needs to be light. Which means it's probably this one, but it could be this one and then connect to the 7 somehow and the 8 just goes up. Feels unlikely, but like you never know. No reason why it can't at the moment. Or even could be like light here and then the 8 arcs up and over and this is dark and then it connects to, I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities there. Hard to rule out any one thing because there are so many things that you could try. This 4 is probably fully sealed off here, right? Dark and dark. But I guess it could still take another light cell within here and it wouldn't affect it at all. Because the 4 is fully resolved with the way the dark cells are laid out right now. Viewpoints, not areas. Still trying to figure out this 5, man. Yep, I think doing hypotheticals on which direction the 4 goes is still not good enough. Still leads to nothing conclusive. Alright, what about... What direction do I want to take this? What do I think I could even infer based on the current state at this point? There's no particular hypothetical that stands out to me either. The 2x2 doesn't help. The connect all dark cells doesn't help. The light symbol doesn't help in the current state, I don't think. I think we've done all the things we were asked to for that. Maybe I can do something over here, but it feels like this 9 has a lot of room to expand. A lot of room to go places. Maybe less room now that this 6 has expanded a bit. But it still feels like there's a lot of options. Okay, actually let's take a quick look at that, right? Because there's a bunch of places it can't go, and that is adjacent to anything else, right? Can't go here, or here, or here, or here. But this still leaves a lot of space open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, a lot of space open. So not in any way that, like, even as surrounded as the 9 is, it's not restricted in any particular way. In a way that is conclusive. Not restrictive in a way that allows me to place more stuff on the field, which is really what I'm looking for. I think the same holds true for this 8 next to the 7 down here. Like, if all of this here belongs to the 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then it needs one more. Wow. But also, these two could be dark here, and this could be part of the 7. Like, we just don't know. And then the 8 has, like, 3 and needs to find 5 more out here, and it could probably do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure. Doesn't touch anything, isn't worried about anything. The 3s, like one of these two has to be dark. I feel like I should be able to do something with the 2x2 pattern, but still nothing. I mean, I guess I know one of these two needs to be light, but I don't know which one, and I don't know what it connects to. Naively, I want to connect it to the 8, but it still could connect to the 7 instead. One of these two needs to be light and therefore connects to the 8, guaranteed. So it can't be dark, dark, because then this would need to be dark. But there's no guarantee which of these is light at the moment. I suspect what's going to happen is this is actually going to be related to touching the 7. So we're going to have dark here, and then that has to extend out to here, but then this is going to have to be light. But also, that reality is very far away. Still. There's 3. 3 is a small enough number. I can't begin to guess where this is going to go. But what if it goes right, right, and that forces the 7 to go down? Seems as likely as anything else. But, like, there's a lot of things that seem likely. You know? Just a whole host of possibilities here. One might even call them Legion. I think I would, in fact, call them Legion. The possibilities are Legion. Legion's a good word. Makes you sound like you're talking about either the Bible or Romans. So you're either talking religious philosophy or history. Both of those make you sound smart. Legion's a good word. Throw that one into your day-to-day use cases. That won't make you sound pompous at all. I think it could definitely be overused, actually. Maybe this is not good advice. Oh no. My life advice is lacking. Good thing that is not my stream's gimmick. Can I do something with this too? The corner thing doesn't really work with the viewpoint numbers instead of the area numbers, but maybe I can figure something else out there. Like, if it goes up, that then restricts the 5 a little bit more, right? We go like that and that. The 5 can't touch there. So now the 5 has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, exactly all of these things. It has to do exactly all of these things. I think it then has to do exactly all of these things, yes. This is now in the corner, needs to come up like this. This needs a direction. This is in the corner, needs to come out this way. So this needs to go here. This still needs to come out and connect there, which means this has to be light because of the thing. So this has to come up to here. Because now that's trapped. This needs to come out. So this needs to come 1, 2, 3, needs to be 4 there. this needs to come out here. Wow, this is really extensive. I was not expecting this to cover as much ground as it's covering. So now this 6 needs to come out to here, which means we get to do that and that and that. Does this need to connect to here? I think it does, actually. This level having screen wrap seems pointless. I think it's because you end up making like a wall of light here. So to connect all dark cells, you'll have to connect across the screen wrap. But yeah, kinda. It's just a large, complex puzzle, whether or not the screen wraps on it. Yeah, this needs to come out down to here, which means the 7 needs to be exactly here and here. This 3 now cannot go full left, but can still go all the... oh no, it can only go 1 left, it can only go 1 down, but it's still a 3, so that doesn't matter. Could have been a normal grid if it just shifted over. Yeah, I think that's true, actually. That's probably true. There's probably a dividing line here where you could just shift it over and have it just be a normal grid. That would be funny. Honestly, I think just for the visuals, this would have been better as a top-bottom wrap instead of a left-right wrap, because of the way the puzzle needs to kind of zoom out in order to be this wide and still have room for all the rules. But, I mean, it is a cool gimmick, and it is, like, it's fan content, right? So there's only so much I can expect from it, I guess. That means this needs to come out to here, because this dark now is trapped. One of these two needs to be light. Unclear which. Does it need to be light in a particular way? One of these two actually needs to be light. I guess it could still be this one, though. The 5 can go to here without any detriments. One of these two needs to be light. That's also fine. It's also fine. This 5 is now completely walled off. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means dark and dark. What does that mean in terms of any of this? Nothing? I think nothing is what that means. Currently means nothing. This dark needs to come out. Okay, so the 3 goes to here. This needs to come out and connect. Level wraps were in the initial code. Game just died before the main devs could implement it. Oh, interesting. That explains why I guess I don't know how hard it was to make this additional content out of Offline Restored. But the fact that it was already implemented, I'm sure, was really helpful in terms of making this content. What does this mean for me now? Do I have another square that I can work off of? Another connect all dark cells I can work off of? This now needs to extend out, actually. It's not nothing. It's not a lot, but it's not nothing. Yeah, this all seems like it's going to work. This all seems like it's put together in a way that actually will do the thing, you know? This keeps happening too here. I wonder if I can... Yeah, let's see if I can explicitly rule out some things here. Hello? Oh my god, I ran out of undos. Great. Good job, Paint. Definitely the right tool for the job. If I do this, what happens? Now this needs to come out to here. And then the 5 needs to come to here. So this then is blocked off. Which means this needs to come to here and here. These are then blocked off. This needs to come out that way. And then this has an escape route to the right, in addition to this escape route to the left. This also has multiple escape routes. Doesn't need to connect to there. This now needs to escape here. So we have to do that. This is now sealed off, so I get to do this thing again. And this could still go down. This could still go down. And this is connecting out to the right. This is connecting out to the right. Could still go down here. Or it could go left. I guess I know this because of where the 4 is. So the 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does that. Is the 6 now more restricted? Not really. No. Okay, that count is correct. That count is correct. That count is correct. Yeah, so this doesn't actually immediately lead to a contradiction. So it's maybe possible, it's just a different layout, still. Ah! I'm having such a problem breaking into the next wave of this puzzle. But there is things that I keep ending up needing to do. So maybe, what if I try this? Then this and this have to be separated. So the 4 has to come down here. Dark, dark, light, dark. This now needs light, light. So that has to be dark. So the 5 comes out to here, dark. 3 needs to come out to the right. This needs to come out here. This is now sealed here. Oh, it connected down here, actually. This doesn't necessarily need to... This does need to separate these, but it doesn't need to come out here because it connects down to this bottom one. This is sealed off. Needs to come down there. One of these two now needs to be light, and it kind of doesn't matter which one. Maybe it matters which one. But the 5 can go down with no problems because it's a viewpoint, not an area. Yeah, all of this seems plausible. There's, like, just enough give that any individual, like, maybe this one seems to work out just fine. End up having to do this again. Under what criteria do I not have to do this, actually? What if I did this? Where does that leave me? That leaves me with this. That goes up there. every time. This now doesn't connect down, so it needs to connect out to here. This now needs to go all the way across. And then... the "and then" is always the problem. One of these two needs to be light. Maybe it's light dark, or maybe it's light here, and then it connects down to like the 5 or something. Plausible. Not impossible. And none of this extends down in such a way that it restricts the 6, right? We don't have anything that the 6 now needs to do as a result. Too bad. Yep, all this seems to just work. Everything I try out here seems to just work as far as I can get it out. We need to figure out something else that is actually restricted. Alright, I tried this 2 up. Maybe I'll try this 2 right. And see if that leads to a contradiction. Because, like, if I do this, that means this and this. And this 5 is exactly in the state it was before. This 3 is unrestricted. I don't think this determines anything for me. I think this doesn't change anything if I try this way. What else? Maybe I can figure something out with the 3s over here? Like, I know they can't touch, right? I know there has to be a dark cell somewhere in here. But is that enough? This 8 has enough room to expand, as does this 7. Actually, is it too restrictive if the 7 goes all the way up? Maybe that's too restrictive. What if we do this, right? And what if the 7 goes all the way up to here? That means this blocks off, and the 3 has to figure out what it's doing. But it can go 2 down. No, it can't go 2 down. If this is light, this cannot connect to any other symbol. So it can only go 1 down. So it has to go at least 1 out left. What does that mean for me? Not a whole lot. Yeah, not a whole lot. Man, this puzzle is really kicking my butt. Can't figure out where to go from here. Do I feel like any of these can't be light? This one, maybe? Is that too restrictive if this is light? I feel like this one never ends up light in any of my hypotheticals. Alright, let's try that. What if this were light? That means this has to be dark, so this has to be light. Hey! Actually did it. Got additional information. Amazing. One additional information acquired. One cell at a time. Even if it takes a half hour per cell, we'll get there. This can be light. That was in one of my hypotheticals. This can be light? I don't know about that, actually. Let's try that. If this is light, we have dark here. Here and here. This dark means exactly this for the 7. This light means this has to extend. The 5 goes out like usual. Can the 5 go up? Have I been in any situation where I've made the 5 go up? Like, if I do this, now this has to go there and there. I feel like I have been in this situation before. That needs to extend, but it is now extended. This being light means we have to do this. This 5 could go up again. It can go right again. Yeah, I could actually just go up and then right. Doing my best not to blow my nose directly into the mic. I feel like that would not go over well. But yeah, there's like nothing wrong with this situation. Right? Like this seems legal. Yeah, the 6 needs 2 more, and in this situation, the 5 needs 2 more. And the 5 has access to multiple routes for 2 more, just like the 6 has access to multiple routes for 2 more. This now connects here. So multiple escapes. So neither of these explicitly has to connect to anything else, but one of them does. But I don't know which one, so I can't make that happen. This 2 doesn't go anywhere. This 4 kind of is what it is here, and doesn't really restrict anything else. I guess this 9 has to do this. But this dark could go up or could go left. All of that is plausible. I don't think I can rely on these squares, one of which being light, to conclusively say that this one has to be light. Actually, can I say that this cell has to be dark? I might be able to do that. If this cell is light, what happens? This has to curve up, which means this has to curve up, which puts a dark cell here. So this has to go out. This has to go out. This dark cell here means this has to curve up, so puts a dark cell here. This has to curve up. Because the most it can get here is 1. Now this has to go out this way. This has to go out that way. This has to go out that way. This has to connect there. Is this okay? This seems okay so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So at minimum that, which means this has to come out this way. So this has to go up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, this is illegal. Okay, this is a guaranteed dark. Progress! Kind of. Progress, kind of. Yeah, that doesn't provide any other information, though. I mean, I guess, like, if this is dark, then we run into the same problem now. Right? Like here, if this goes dark, then this comes up. Then this has to be dark. Then this has to come up. And this has to be dark. And this has to come up. This does not have to come out. Because it could have its 4 here. But this does. Which means this has to come out. And this has to come out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This has to be light, actually. If that goes up there. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is actually looking okay. Weirdly. I thought I was going to run into the same problems before, but now this 8 isn't required to go up here. Which was the difference from last time. Which restricted things. 1, 2, 3, 4. We go 5, 6 and still be fine. Even go 5, 6. No. If this were a part of something else's light cell, this 5 would be screwed. So this is off limits for 6. Because of these 4, the 5 needs 3 of them. So the 6 can't go here. So the 6 has to go exactly here and here. Which means the 5 has to be here. Dark. This has to seal off. This is kind of trapped here, has to come up. This is trapped, has to come out. This has to be light, but that's fine, because this is viewpoint. 1, 2, 3, this now has to be light there, so dark, so light, and this can play out however it plays out, it always does. But now we have 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But this has to come out to here. Any problems yet? This dark now has multiple escape routes. Is this dark trapped? Yes, this dark is trapped. How did I get here? Actually, this 2 going up traps this dark in this situation. Alright, so this going up means they can't touch, means that goes up, means they can't touch, means that goes up. This now has to go out. This also has to go out. This also has to go out several times. This now has to be light here. So this 6 now cannot touch this spot or these 3 spots, or this one. So it's restricted to 1, 2, 3 spots. So this is necessary. And if it goes here, this seals off this dark. But if it goes here, the 5 is now illegal. So yeah, can't do that. This has to be light. That was a lot of work for one cell. This whole puzzle has been a lot of work for one cell, over and over and over. Like, I have run out of ways to logically determine that any particular thing is happening, and now I'm just on proof by exhaustion over and over and over. And it's exhausting. I hope the banging going on outside isn't making it to the mic. It doesn't seem like it is, but I guess let me know if it is. I can close the window. Went and made dinner and came back to eat. Yeah, hello, Cryptomancer. Welcome back to the same puzzle as before. We are here forever. I must be missing something obvious. I mean, maybe not, because this is a 4-star, but I feel like my progress has been slow enough that I am missing something obvious. And there's like some connection I can make with like the 3s and the 9s or the 8 and the 7 or something that'll get me like a crucial single cell that'll then cascade into a bunch of other stuff. But it's like every single hypothetical I try over here leads into similar patterns, and all of them seem fine as deep as I'm able to go within those hypotheticals. It's kind of a mess. This 4 is interesting, because it could potentially come out to here, right? If this is dark, it could go like 1, 2 or something like that. If this is light, maybe this is the problem. If this is light, and then dark cells get trapped. Actually, I had a hypothetical that maybe didn't work because I missed where colors might have been trapped. If I do this, where does this take me? This can't touch, which means the 5 has to be exactly this. That can't touch now. This now has to come out this way. Connecting here, so this now has to be light. So this still has to come out to here, which means this has to be light here. This is as far as I got, I think. I think I did get this far. This now has to come out to here. That's not... Yeah, no, that is necessarily true. And then this now needs to come out through here. One of these two needs to be dark. So the 6 can go 1, 2, 3, at most 4. Could be 5, but then needs to come out to here. Which means this has to come out like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could be 5, 6. No, cannot be 5, 6, because at most can be 5. So, oh, yeah, okay. There's not enough space here. There's actually not enough space here. Ah, I understand. I understand. Okay, so the 2 can't go up. That's good. 2 has to go this way. Which unfortunately doesn't restrict anything else enough for me to determine anything. But it might mean that the 5 can't go up. I mean, that's kind of what I've been doing, Cryptomancer. But no, that's not what I've been doing. I take it back. I've been in the situations like that with other puzzle games, and it's not worth it. Like, figuring out how to edit things in order to make it work at that point is such a struggle. It's very difficult to hit on the right situations of like, oh, this doesn't work, but if I swap these two, it does work. Like, most of the time you end up like, oh, if I swap these two, it doesn't work differently. And if I change this around, then it works for this thing, but doesn't work for that thing. Like, it's really hard to track back to where the actual error is. But I think the problem here is that the 5 can't go up. right? Because if the 5 goes up and left, so if one of these two is dark, 5 goes up and left, then this has to come out like this. And then this has to be light, which seals this off. Now this has to come out, so this has to come out. And all of this dark needs to go through here. The 6 now can go at most up 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, so 5. Which means now the dark has to come out through here. But the 6 is now blocked. Oh no, this dark can come out through there. So this was the problem. If this is dark, it doesn't work. But maybe if this is dark, it does. Because then there's another exit point for the dark. So maybe if this is light and then dark. If this situation doesn't work, right? Yeah, because this fully seals it off. But if we do that instead, now the dark comes down here. This is sealed off here, but we can still go down here. 6, 7, 8. This looks feasible, actually. Not in a, like, deterministic way, but it's possible. The important part about this is this has to be light. So that is a thing that I can do now. Now the question is, any of these three, which of them being dark changes things? Like, if this is dark, does that screw it up? Because it seems like there's a lot of different things over here that can subtly change the tenor of it, right? So if we do that, then the 5 has to look like this. And this is trapped. Oh, so actually this just needs to come out here. Yeah, okay. So that 5 has to look like this. Which means this has to come out this way. That needs to be light. This needs to come out. This needs to be light. Cool. This is actually a lot to fill in, which is very cool. This now needs to come out here. This needs to come out through there. 6 is 3, 4 at most, so 5. So this needs to come out through there. That's filled in. 3, 4, 5 at most, so 6. But now this needs to come out here and cannot touch, so that has to be like that. This is all sealed off. This needs to come down here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This needs to come out, so 8. Cool. All right, let's finish this stuff, because this also has a lot of progress that I can make here as a result. That seals off. Not actually a lot of progress. Oh, no, this needs to come down now. This needs to come out through there, which means the 7 has to be there, which means the 4 has to be there, which means the 5 has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. doesn't restrict the 6. This is still sealed, so that needs to come out to there. This is sealed here, which means that needs to be light. This needs to come out here, so this needs to connect to here. This needs to connect either up to here or down here, but I don't know exactly what way that's going to work yet. Oh, God. Thank God. Okay, so the answer was there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this needs to come out to here, which means the 6 is a little bit more restricted now. That needs to come out to at least there. That separates. If this is light, that's legal. If this is light, that seems also legal. Both of those seem all right. Now this 9 is a lot more restricted. That's interesting. Because it can't touch any of this row here. Right? It can't, the 9 can't go into here, or here, or here, or here, or here. It can just eat a 3x3. And in fact, the area it has actually, this 2 is actually not, like, we'll say that, so the 2 is actually eating up the area it needs to eat up, because it needs to eat up part of this area. But that means that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 spaces are available for the 9. Which is a lot less than 1,000,000, you know? But I don't think this restricts it in a way that I can say, okay, this space needs to be light. Does it? Like, which of these spaces need to be filled in for light in order to make this work? This being light here is actually really interesting. I feel like that's telling, but I'm not sure what it's telling of. Ooh, this is actually restricted down here. Because this is trapped in here unless it goes up through here. So that needs to be dark and that needs to be dark. Which means the 7 needs to go at least to there. This needs to come up here. And needs to come out across here because there's nowhere else for it to go. So the 7 needs to be there. Which means that needs to be sealed off from the 8. And that needs to be light because of the 2x2. That's now trapped. Come up. 8 come up. Dark come up. This still needs to come down through there. This 3 now cannot go 2 in any of these directions. It has to go 1 and 1. And this has to come down and out. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Good progress. Good progress. So this 8 has 5 here. And needs some more. If this is dark, this has to be light. which is illegal. Now this has to come out this side. And that's sealed off, so this has to come out this side, which means that has to be light. And that has to connect to something, and this is the something it has to connect to. Now this needs a light here, so as to not make a 2x2. We're getting there. It's happening. In some measure or another, it's happening. Stuff needs to connect through this wall of light here. So that needs to be dark there. And then needs to connect down through to here. So that needs to be dark as well. Okay, so now almost every dark cell is connected to the greater dark. This needs to connect either to here, no, to here and to here. So these three need to connect across this gap. And this needs to connect to something, either up or left. But otherwise, everything is connected. Cool. Oh, this needs to connect in as well. So these two here need to connect across this gap to get to the greater everything else. Okay, I think that means I can draw the owl at this point. The greater dark! Correct, correct. Because the 9 is pretty limited in terms of how much space it can take up, right? But we can go here, 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 here to get the dark connected. And then we'll go dark there. So this will go like that. That'll be light then. If that's light, that needs to connect to the 9. Oh, that can't be dark. Okay, so this can't work that way, actually. Like, if this goes light, dark, dark... this light doesn't need to connect to the 9. Oh, but if I do dark here, that light needs to connect to the 9. This light needs to connect to the 9, which seals this off. That's the problem. Whoa! Hello, Wef Jebster. You've come to a particularly slow part of my stream, so I'm not convinced that this is going to be peak content for all of your randomizer viewers. But thank you very much for the raid. Hello, Wef Jebster and friends. I am Jim the Eternal. I do play randomizers every once in a while. Primarily Tunic and Time Spinner. But also I do crap like this. So if you like puzzle games, or, you know, Metroidvanias or whatever. You saw I had paint open? Alright, yeah, fair enough. I have spent... I want to say close to an hour and a half on this particular puzzle because it has been a rough time breaking into the one piece of the puzzle that would actually clear up any of the rest of it. And eventually I figured it out, so now we're almost done. But, oh boy, it has been a struggle. It has been a trial to get this far. And there's another one of similar difficulty just waiting for me. Which, I suppose I'm planning on trying tonight, but we'll see how far I get. Ugh. Alright, maybe I can figure out this 8 and get this stuff locked in, and then worry about the 9. Right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for this 8. So maybe it's like that, and then that connects, and then this connects through there. And now this 3 does whatever it wants. Has to be like that. Like that, and then that has to connect to the 9. Does this seem real? This seems real, right? That all connects. That all connects. That's my 3. That connects down that way. Now I have 4 out of this 9. And I feel like it can't go too much further over. Right? It could go to here, but then we have to do that. And then this has to come out. Or 5. That connects across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Dark, dark, dark through there. I don't know. 9 and then dark. And then this goes dark and that goes light. Is this it? Did I do it? Is this illegal? I think this works actually. That is 2. That doesn't matter. That connects here. And across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think this is it. I think we made it. I think we figured it out. Alright, so let's fill that out with those things. And the trick was this, right? And then dark all the way around. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Dark, dark. Oh, thank God I'm free. Free for some value of free. There is still this bad boy. You'll take the credit? Absolutely. That 100% would not have been solved without your additions, Wef. Without the extra morale from your raid, this was impossible. So yeah, once again, thank you, F. Jester and friends. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you had a good raid. What were you up to, by the way? What were you playing? The pressure of raiders to get on with it. True. Oh my God, this is so chaotic. There's just so many symbols. What do you do when there's so many symbols? A wacky free enterprise. Not wacky flags, but the flags were interesting. When you said wacky, I immediately assumed, like, wacky races. And I wasn't sure how Hanna-Barbera fit into kind of the mix there. All right, left and right edges are connected. Top and bottom edges are not connected. Top and bottom is safe. So we can start with all of these arrows. Oh, connect all light cells, exactly one symbol per dark area. Don't make a 2x2. This is great. Free Enterprise has things called wacky flags that mess with the game in a major way, but you didn't have those in this seed. Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's no numbers here, but we can fill in a lot based on the kinds of arrows, right? So we'll start with the arrows. The way the myopia arrows work is all of the opposite color cells that are closest are indicated by the arrows. So this arrow means that the closest opposite color is left, but that also means that the right one cannot be the closest opposite color. So if this were dark, this has to still be light, because otherwise this would point to both of them. So any myopia arrow, you can take the opposite directions from those arrows and fill those in with the same color for free. Like here, this has to be light. Here, all of these have to be light. Here, this and this have to be light, which means we can do a symmetry. Here, we have this and this. Here, we have this and this. Here, we have this, which means we can do a symmetry. These, we have this one, and this one, and then symmetry. Here, we have up and down. Here, we have left and right. Not touching this one yet. Here, we have left and right. This has all three of these, which means we can symmetrify. This is that and that. This is here and here. This has all three of these with the symmetry included for free. Buy one light cell, get one light cell free. This means here and here. This means here, 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 here. Not touching that one yet either. That and that. Step 1 complete. Step 1 of many. Step 1 of many. So the next step is symmetry on the edge can get me something. So this is that axis, the diagonal axis, because this can't be filled in dark. This has to be light. This is rotational symmetry because that can't be filled in dark. This has to be light. This one gets me light on this side. Anything else that is touching light cells or a border. Not so far. Okay. This actually is my next step because there's only one position for a dark cell up and down, up rather. So that has to be there, which means this has to be there. So this is resolved. That's great. Exactly one symbol per dark area means these dark have to touch something else, but I don't know which direction they're going to touch something else. So I can't fully fill those in yet. Alas. This one, I think I can afford to do dark and dark. Although I guess that's not positive. Like, what if it's dark? That doesn't work because that doesn't hit the symmetry. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. It would have to be out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's still valid, actually. Here and here. Oh, but then this one doesn't work. If it's here and here, then this one is going to be pointing to that because these two are light. So that doesn't work. There has to be a dark in here. Which means either this one and this one. So no. So it has to be like that. And then this one gets that one. Which means these have to be light. And then this has to go light further out that way. Perfect. This now has to come up because it has to touch something. So we've got that. And then the symmetry here. Okay, symmetry there also. But symmetry here means we have to do this. Which means this is looking for that. And then symmetry. Cool. Cool. This is a good start. This is working out pretty well so far. I like where this is going. In that it seems to be working at all. I'm glad that it's working at all. That's the important part. All right, what else can we do? This needs either dark here. One of these two needs to be dark. And then one of these two, the opposite, also needs to be dark. It can be the 2 away. Yeah, that's legal. All right, leave it alone for now. Here has to be this and this exactly. But this can't... I don't know what this is going to touch. It's going to touch something, but I don't know what yet. This has either this or this as its dark, right? So it's either 1, 2, 3, or it's this cell, which cannot be dark, so it has to be this one for that. This could be dark and dark adjacent, or it's the far ones. Not sure yet. This has some amount of symmetry here. All light cells need to connect, and I cannot make a 2x2 square. Okay, so this has to be light. Which, I mean, it had to be light anyway because of symmetry. But has to be light. And because of symmetry here, this has to be light. Which means this has to be light because of symmetry there. Cool. Well on our way towards connecting all dark cells. Or light cells. Oh, connecting all light cells means that has to be light. So that has to be light. Good. Good. Feeling good about that so far. There's still a lot more to fill in. What a mess. So the only RPG randomizer I've ever played was Chrono Trigger. And that was more in a how does this work kind of way than I am playing this and trying to be any kind of good at it. Like, I played it once. But once Clair Obscur comes out with a randomizer, I think I'm probably going to be all in on that. That sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. What is my next step here? Where else can I just figure out dark? That works if that's light. That works if both of these are light. Oh, no. Okay, so it's not pointing to this one, right? So this one has to have the dark cell here, because if it has the dark cell here, it would need to point both. So it has to be there exactly. That's good. That's good, probably. This has to be light because of that. This has to be light because of synergy. This has to be light. Not synergy, symmetry. You know, whatever. The other S word. Whichever S word is appropriate here. This cannot be dark. Because otherwise it would have to... Yeah, this cannot be dark. We'll just leave it at that. Now, this still has a lot of freedom in terms of what over here is dark, but something over here needs to be dark. This is light, which means this needs to be light, so that's filled in. This is here, which means this needs this, and this needs to come out there, and eventually touch something. What is this gonna touch? Holy crap. Probably this? What symbol is this gonna connect with? This is very far away from everything. Whoa. Yeah, it's gotta be this guy. We'll have to figure out exactly how that is working. This cannot be dark touching. So it has to be here for this to work. Because the light needs to connect to other light. If it was the dark touching, it would be surrounded, so that doesn't work. Same thing here. This needs to have light here, and then it can have dark cells. I didn't touch this one earlier on. I'm not sure why. Pretty good progress so far. This one has been a lot easier to get stuff started than on the other puzzle, so pretty happy with this at the moment. We'll see if the good feelings continue. It is always a concern. This has a dark 3 away, so this cannot be its closest dark. It has to have one of these two be dark. This can be dark if this is dark, but I guess we're not positive about that yet. Huh, this dark and this dark are equidistant? As long as there's not 1, 2, 3, 4, as long as none of these three are dark, that would work? Curious. This has a dark 2 away. It'd still be a dark 1 away. This one is either here or here. That actually does work, as long as the rest are the interior is light. That would work. This one, either here or here, one of those two. Like, yeah, I don't know. This one needs dark in one of these two spaces, because of the proximity of this one. Same here, actually. This needs dark exactly there. That is required. Oh, don't make this pattern! Heck yeah, no patterns. That means that this connects down through here to this. So this goes like that. And this will have to connect there to this. Which means I can assume the symmetry of the rest of this. Right? That is symmetrical there. So this is here and in and like that. Which means this needs that. And that. And that. And light there. That. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, and that because 2 by 2. Yep. Figuring it out. Slowly but surely it's coming together. Not sure about the rest of this exactly. We'll probably figure it out from up here. This will be deterministic eventually. Connect all light cells means that comes out. That doesn't affect my symmetry, though. Connect all light cells might mean this has to come across here. But this could even be dark, and then it just connects across the border. Yeah, we don't know how far away this dark is, actually. This is a lot of light to work with, so it could be down to here or something and still validate this. This needs to be dark. This needs to be connected. And for this one, the symmetry of it would be here. So it can't connect to here. So it can't connect through here. This has to be light. Which means light. This can't be dark because then it's not one symbol. Likewise, this one. This can't connect to this because that would put it off screen. So it has to connect to here, which means that. Which means that. Now what? What next? This has to be light, actually. Because connecting to this would be light. And connecting to this would also be light. And it's way too far away from anything else to actually get hit with a symmetry. Like, this one would be off the puzzle. This one would be off the puzzle. This one would be off the puzzle. There's no way. Yeah, so this has to be light. So this has to be the dark, which means this has to be light also. And that means this is dark here for this. Cool. Progress continues. Is this here? Is it further out? Could be, like, there, actually. That lines up for all of these. The position of these two seems like it lines up with this, but I guess I don't know for sure. One of these two needs to be dark. Not yet sure which. This... we said this does line up if it's dark there and then light. Yeah. One of these three and one of these three needs to be dark for this. Not yet sure which. This might need to be dark. But either these two or this one here. This cannot be dark because it's pointing... This cannot... Yeah, okay, it has to do that. So it might be 2 away or it might be 3 away to correspond with this one. Which other arrows look like they're solvable? If this is here, it can't connect to that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Would have to connect to this without connecting to that? That seems unlikely. I guess it's possible that it winds its way through like that. Does seem possible, actually. Weird. All right, I'm not going to rule it out then. These still need to connect in some way, and I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but this is going to affect it for sure. That means this needs to come out to here, at minimum. This could come down here, or it could come down here. I guess we don't know, right? It could be like down, down, right? Instead of just like down here, there, or something like that. Multiple ways in which that could work. This, though, we know all of this is light. So this we now have 1, 2, 3 away. So it can't be, this can't be it's dark. It's dark needs to be 1 or 2 away. One of these two. Unfortunately, that's still not conclusive. But we're getting there. Progress is being made. All right, things have slowed down a bit here. So now I have to figure out what the next step is. I really enjoyed it when it was obvious. Now it is less obvious, alas. So connect all light cells is going to do some amount of work. I'm not sure that I can make it do any more work now, though. Ah, no, I can. This has to connect to this in some way, which means all of the light in here is trapped. It can't go out through here. It has to come up through here. That has to connect. This doesn't necessarily need to connect across here, because it'll connect across to the left side. But still working on it. Man, this would be such a trial if top and bottom were connected. I'm surprised they didn't do something like that. Maybe it would have been too restrictive. Maybe they just would have been like, oh, well, you just start filling everything in and it just starts working. If everything was connected. Galaxies and symmetry of screen. No, it's great. I love it. Honestly, it's like this feels like what the mechanic was intended for. I'm super happy with it. It's not easy, but it is very enjoyable. All right, this. Can this connect to you? Or does it have to connect to this one exactly? Definitely can't connect to this. It'd have to be here. Seems like it works. Damn it. I thought that was going to be my out. I thought it wasn't going to work, and then I'd know that it had to connect to here. I mean, it probably connects to here, but, like, it could do the other thing. This one can't. Just because there's no room for it to... I guess it could go around like that, actually. If it just goes around to connect to there, that's through... Oh, no, that's multiple symbols. Isn't it? It would be nice if you could scroll it. I fully agree, Atheist. That would be a nice touch. I think it shows that this is fan-made content, that the feature wasn't quite ready, not ready for prime time, but like the level of polish that went into it isn't the same as the level of polish that went into the rest of the game that was actually, you know, player facing. Because it's like You can't scroll it. You can't use the hotkey to show the area of symbols. There's like certain features of quality of life that are included, like Duck Game is saying, like being able to click off the grid and having that be, you know, having it wrap from left to right as you move your mouse. Like that's very cool. But it's definitely missing a few pieces to make it work right, to make it perfect, I guess, is what it's missing. But it's very cool that, you know, the mod makers were able to access the functionality that was there. Like I very much love the idea of additional puzzles coming out, so I'm not not turning that down. Yeah, this could still be it for you. Here. Are there other light cells that I need to make connect? There's not enough dark to really restrict it yet. What does this connect to? Can it connect to here? Yes. Can this connect to here? Yes. Can this connect to here? Yes, actually. Both of these could easily connect here. That's probably what happens. This probably connects across here. Probably. The mod dev is working on making area highlight work properly with screen wrap. That would be really cool. I would appreciate that. That seems like a feature that sort of needs to be included. Like being able to scroll is like, okay, that would be, you know, nice quality of life, but isn't necessary for the game to work correctly. But like having a feature built into the core functionality of the game that doesn't work when you have this kind of puzzle, that feels off. That feels like it's not ready, you know? I've stalled. My cell per minute ratio is reducing. If this connected here, that would be this. Which would mean it would need to connect here, so this can't connect here. But this can connect to this still. Right? No, it's too far away. So this has to connect to this. Unless it just connects up. Nope, because then that would interfere with this. Yeah, this has to connect to this. So this has to connect to there. Right? That has to go across. This one here, if it connects up to you, but then has to go through that, which wouldn't work. So this one has to connect to here, which I think means I can afford to just drag it down. Because I don't know how else it would connect. I think it has to. So I think it can go there, which means this is this. Think that's guaranteed. Might be time to drag out paint. Ladies and gentlemen, it might be time for hypotheticals. Still trying to figure out where all of these squares fit in. Sure. What have we decided about this? This could still work. It is not a guarantee that these. Likewise here, any of these three could work. For you, it could be these two, or it could be this, right? Just out to there. For you, could be two, could just be the three. I guess if this is here, right, then this probably lines up with this symmetry and connects to here, which is there, which is there. Which I'm kind of into. That feels correct. But I'm not positive. There's no certainty. Where can I find some certainty in a world gone mad? Mad with power. The power of puzzles. Where the heck is this connecting? Here? Here? To there, up to there? Feels real. Here does not connect to there, because how does here get to there? Whatever is in here cannot connect to this, has to connect to this, so that has to happen. Yep. This light here means here. It feels like it wants to connect to here, but it's like, again, I'm not positive. Likewise, this one. Where does this one connect to? This can't connect to that. It can't connect to here. It can't connect to that. It has to connect to here. That light means that light. All of them are open. This cannot connect here because it cannot connect. Oh no, it can connect here. This one can't. Here can't. But this can. This can't be the dark because this ties with this. So this has to be the dark here. One, two, three, 4, 6. That's immediate, so this can be dark without ruining this. This has a lot of room for a dark cell somewhere. Can this connect with this one still? Down, 1, 2, 3. Up, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, probably. This can't connect with this one for sure. That's too far out here. So this has to connect here, so that has to be there. If this connects, it would be through here, but it can't go left and then connect. It would have to go around, and it can't go all the way around. So this can't connect to here, which means it has to connect to here. And this we haven't decided yet. Which means this has to connect to this. That's the symmetry there. Connect all light cells. So this can't be dark and dark, because that would trap a light cell here. This can't be light at all. This has to be dark. Now these have to both be light. This has to connect to this. It can't connect there. So that's like that. Means that's light. Yep, that all checks out. This now is fully sealed off. That's cool. I love that. I'm not sure that these are connecting here anymore. Because if this connects up, that makes a 2x2. And they can't connect any other way to hit this. They must connect here. So that's this and this for that symmetry. Which means this has that. And that needs to connect up that way. This still isn't required here. These could both still be dark here. Now there could be a light there, and this can just go up and over. Food for thought. This cannot be alone dark. This has to be light. This one... Do I just go up and connect it to the galaxy? I can. It seems like it would fit there. What if it goes here, here? Connects to this. That would be here, here. Is that a problem? Couldn't tell you. Well, that's a bit more progress. We are definitely not done, though. Maybe we can figure out some more stuff over here? Because this felt like I kind of had the thing and then didn't quite finish up connecting all the bits and pieces. Oh, whatever this connects to has to connect out to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So... One, two, three. This is the furthest out it could be. And it has to connect all the way up. It could connect further down. But not to here. Like, this could be dark. This cannot. If this is dark, then this is dark. And we don't know if that's the case yet. And I still don't know what this is connecting to. if anything. Probably these two. Unless it's like this. Would work. No, from here, if these were the darks, it would still have to be closer. Because it would have to connect to this, which would mean this one at minimum. But it could also just be this one. And then not connect down at all, right? It could be these two, and then they make like a wing here, and then connect over here, and that makes like a wing over here. Feels doable. I don't know. I don't know. Still don't know. Are there any other like small trapped points where I have to put a cell of a specific color? Like can't trap a light, can't trap a dark. Like if this were dark, this would have to be light because I can't trap the light. Then it would come out through here. Let's test that, actually. That feels worth testing. Hello? Paste? Can you not paste? Did I not screen capture? Please do the thing. Thank you. Why was that difficult? My thing is too big again. All right, maybe now I can zoom in and it'll be not terrible. It's almost the right size. I still can't see it all on screen at once though. But maybe that's okay. Maybe I'll just play with it here, right? So if this is dark and this is dark, that means this is light, which means this is light. So that's dark and dark. This is now trapped, so that has to go up to here to be light, so that has to be light here. This is still trapped, it has to connect there. Which means this dark has to go over. Like that. This can't be dark, this has to be light. Which means this has to be light, which means this has to connect here. Oh, this is working, actually. This is real. This cannot be dark because of traps. This has to be light here. And then this has to be light there and there and there. Yeah, this is legit. That means light's here. And this is coming up like that. Okay. Given that this seems to work perfectly, let's try it the other way around and see if there's anything wrong with that. If this is light, then this is light. And now what? Now nothing. Now nothing. I have no additional information. Make it a problem for future Jim. Future Jim already has plenty of problems. I don't need to be making additional work. Alright, what if this doesn't connect? Right? That means that. This cannot be dark. This has to be light. But then this has to connect to something. So it has to connect out that way. And we're fairly confident it's connecting there. So it has to be like that and that. This has to be light because of symmetry. Hang on. Hold on a minute. We have this full wall here. So that means I have to be careful about making sure light can get through in other places. Which I guess right now it can. That connects across. Like this light needs to connect out. If this is dark, this light definitely needs to connect out like that. Regardless, this needs to be light. We should know some of this, though. Like, this can't connect here, right? So this can all be light here. This, though, we don't know if it's the closer one or the further one. Things we still don't know include... What about this? Does this tell me anything? Can it be here and here? Can it be here and here? I think it can be either of those. Oh, whatever I do in here has to connect to here. Has to have the appropriate symmetry. So this actually has to come out through there, which means that has to connect there. And then that has to connect to here, so that has to be there. That is mandatory. There needs to be a dark here somewhere. Somewhere in this line. This needs one that's closer. So one of these two is dark and one of these two is dark. Maybe this one. And then whatever is light under here needs to either cut across here. It can't cut across here. It has to cut under. So this light needs to be able to escape this while not sealing this off. So it needs to come across under this way. And connect there. So this is there. And this is there. Which means that comes out to here and here. And now we seal that off. This is there. Does it just connect? Or does it connect here? We'll work that out later. But this now is fine. This now is fine. Cool, that's some additional progress. Is this legal? Then this wouldn't be able to be dark. One, two, three is dark. Yeah, there's enough room here. Could go either way. Still a lot of room. oh, this is sealed here. So we know how this has to look. This has to look like this. Which means for this to connect, it has to go through here. Which means that has to do that, and that, and that. And we know that does that. And that. Great. Yeah, being able to drag this and put like this over the edge where I know it's already how it all connects, that would certainly make this puzzle easier. But I think that's kind of the point. Like, I think it is intentional that you have to consider how stuff goes across the borders rather than being able to just reposition it and see it. It's part of the puzzle. Oh, this is 2 here. Okay, so these... Yeah, this has to be here. Actually, it is required. This has to connect there, for sure. This has one that's 2 away. So this can't be the 3 away. It has to be the 1. And then this has to connect through here and connect to this. So that's like this. Which means that has to be light. Which means that has to be light. Which means that has to be light. So now this is 2. 1, 1, 2 dark. 1, 2 dark. 1, 2 dark. Great. And the only way this connects here is if it's like this. This needs to be light to parity that. This needs to connect to that, doesn't it? Okay. How is this doing? Connects through there, connects down through here. A lot of stuff is fairly connected. This now has to go out to here, which means that. So that's guaranteed. That's good. This still needs to connect either up or down. Down would be more convenient, I think. Why not both for extra convenience? Was this connecting to things? Could be dark, dark, and then light, light. Or it could be dark, dark, and then light. No. This can't be light now, because all light cells need to be connected. This needs to be dark, which means we got to do light and light. Which means these have to be dark. Which means this has to be dark. Ah, now if this connects here, that would have to connect there. Okay, so this has to be light and light. This has to be dark and dark through there. There we go. There we go. That's finally conclusive. Whew, yeah, took a while to get to. Either of these is still fine for you. What about you? Either of these is fine for you too. Could even be both. Oh, but at least one of these has to be dark. So dark, dark? Light would work? Dark, dark? Dark. If this is dark, this has to be light. So this has to be dark. If this is light, this still has to be dark. So this has to be dark, and we have to be symmetrical. Yeah, it could be dark here. Or it could be dark here. No, if it's dark here, then there's light here. That's trapped light. Okay, it has to be like this. Cool. This can't be dark. That has to be light. We're getting there. All of this stuff here has to be light because then it would be trapped dark otherwise. This is dark at the... This is light at the edge, so that has to be light. Fantastic. This can't go up and over. This has to go below. No. This has to connect out somehow. Oh, it has to go like this. Yes. Got it. Just in the nick of time, too. Because that is the entirety of a warp perspective. I did it. That's the whole enclave. GG, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, that was some work. Honestly, that was some work. That took a while to get through. That was probably on the order of somewhere between 8 and 10 hours total to get it all down. And it was certainly a struggle. Jeez. Impressive, actually. I'm impressed. All right, but I think on that note, I think I will call it here rather than continuing with mystery hunting or whatever the hell else I thought I was doing in this game. Right, a GG emote, it should be Jim. It would have to be Jim the, right? Because that's my prefix. It could be Jim the Jim. But that would... I don't know about that. Jim the Gamer, probably. Hello, friend. Get resolved. Oh. You too. Good talk. Maybe I should have a GG emote. I can game. I'm a gamer. I've gamed before. Alright. Enough. We're done here. Done. Hands off the keyboard. Step away from the computer. We're finishing this. Anyway. Thanks for hanging out.